Good evening, guys. Hey, Gail and Mike. Good to see
Hey.
you again. Well, let's see who we got in the chat. World Tours, 8K in the house. I don't know, earlier at least. He's popping in probably again. And Walt Rogers on your side, Gil, I believe.
Yep.
And Mark in the chat, he will join us a little bit later. He's building a ramp for his dog. And Norfolk, UK Prepper, good to see you. And CR in the house, good to see you. And we have also Grumpy in the house, good to see you too. Mr. Wilder Beast, it's on your side, Mike.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
And we have Wiccan Ways on somebody's side. Your side, probably, Mike.
Yeah, and that one.
Yeah. Good to see you guys.
They're all just checking if I'm still alive and I've not set fire to myself during my blackout.
Yeah, and here we have World Tour. Good to see you, buddy.
You also got Stuart Lonan and the happy little fox, a.k.a. Ben G. That came in, I believe, on Mike's side. Oh, he's got more rolling in here. He's got Honeybeard and Meg Perkis as well.
And Stuart in the house on somebody's side.
Yeah, those are all on Mike's side.
Yeah. I can't keep track on which side people are.
It doesn't matter. We're all one big happy prepping family.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Dr. Ninja came in, and so did Kaylin Strain.
Okay. And we have Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle in the house, too.
Yeah.
And Kaylin, good to see you, man. Good to see you again, Daryl. Jeez, it's people popping in faster than I can't keep up, actually.
Yeah, it's busy here. We got a lot coming in. What do we got? I can't see since you're the primary host in the upper corner there. You should say underneath the time thing how many people are on between the three of us here.
Yeah, it's actually 56 people.
We're rocking and rolling.
Good stuff. Make sure we've got 56 likes on the stream, guys.
Yeah, that too. Fire Dr. Ninja Toll says, I'm going to put you on my TV in case I have to leave the house with a laptop. Good idea.
Yeah.
I love it that you are so busy. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Gil and Mike co-streaming, so that's why. So, guys, it's a good topic for today.
Tagging off of last week's.
Yeah, teaching youth home skills. That's important topic, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. How can I ask a question before we get into the topic, just so we've got a range?
Sure, no problem.
What's the age you start to teach them prepping things and prepping skills? At what point do you let them just be and run around biting things and running into walls? That might just be my kids. But at what point do you then say, right, I'm going to start to teach you things?
Well, I know for me, when I was being raised up, by the time I was 8, I was I was cooking the bacon for Sunday breakfast, and my older brother, who's 2 years older than me, was doing the froze for a second, was doing pancakes. And then 2 years later, I was doing the pancakes. My younger brother was doing the bacon, and my older brother was taking care of other things in the kitchen and stuff. And same thing with when my son and daughters, same thing. As soon as they could, we in the kitchen, it was as soon as you guys could do it. The first thing they learned how to do was make toast. Use the toaster and set it for the proper thing on it. The next thing they learned to do was learn how to cook bacon, and then how to make pancakes and waffles using the waffle iron. But even before that, one thing, as soon as they were able to, it's like, okay, it's Saturday, take the sheets off your beds, put them in the washing machine, and take your basket of laundry in there. And they were going through the day doing their own laundry and stuff. That was actually the first chore they had, was doing their own laundry, giving them responsibility. And that's to me, that's probably the first thing you do. Is you can start a kid really young. All right, come on, help me with the laundry, help me do your laundry, wash their stuff. Now help me fold and your laundry and put it away. Get the kids learning before kindergarten how to do this stuff.
Yeah. We the youngest is just past 2, but we've already got to helping when it's tidy up time and making sure there's routines in place there. The older 2, as long as you turn the screens off, they will do things. But you have to turn the screens off first.
Yeah, exactly.
So we were talking briefly about kids and prepping, and one thing that I've started doing is when I have the kids one meal out of the weekend, they've got to go into the prepping cupboard and choose what they want to eat. Because these are fussy kids that one will eat anything, but the other one will only eat chicken nuggets and chips. So it's literally, you have to choose something out of the prepping pantry. It works for 2 folds. 1, it gets them used to that kind of food. And 2, it gives me an idea of what to stock more of.
Hey, Vanessa Kitty, good to see you.
Well, I fat fingered that one there.
Yeah.
The comment, the apostrophe is right next to the enter key.
I learned cooking when I was 4 years old, and I made my first real meal when I was 5 years old, and I been cooking since then.
Yeah. But we always, as far as other meals that weren't cooking, when we were 4 years old, we were making peanut butter and jam sandwiches. Here's the peanut butter, here's the jam. You do not put the knife into the peanut butter and then into the jam.
No, it will be messy.
Yeah. So some people don't want the peanut butter in their jam because they just want a jam sandwich.
Do you think generationally, though, every generation we've got a bit softer as parents? So what was expected of my parents was more than what was expected of me. What was expected of me is probably less than I expect of my kids. It's almost like we're getting milder and milder.
It has to do with the evolution of society itself and where you're living. When I was growing up, one of the things we had to do chores was make sure the horses were watered, make sure the chickens were watered, make sure the pigs were watered, feed the chickens, gather eggs, once a month, clean out the hen house. Those are things we did even as little kids, and we could help clean out the hen house and take the hose over and fill up the horse trough. And my kids, we didn't have horses. We'd gone from an acre and a half to a 1/3 acre, and daycare center on one side, a house on the other side, a house behind us, and yeah, we didn't have horses or anything like that. So yeah, there was there was a change there. At least with my daughter though, because now I have the 5 acres over there my daughter's living on, and they got chickens. Aiden's chore is to go out and feed and water the chickens. The other boys play around too much, but that's because they're just the boys are too close together, in my opinion. Just 6 months farther apart would have been perfect. But Danny knows how to do it, but that's Aiden's job. I don't want to do Aiden's job. And so they got, they're going to be coming up with more chores for them to do. My daughter's thinking about trying to raise rabbits again. So there may be raising rabbits, maybe coming up. So be feeding the rabbits and, watering the rabbits when the things come up. It's just one of those things that's, being all in a city, you don't have the land for the animals. And animals are great things to teach kids responsibility, because they see exactly what happens when they can see, the horses are getting all ticked off and making noises, or the chickens are making noises because they're not getting watered or they're not getting fed right. And one of the things that we didn't have until I was in high school was a milk cow. So in high school, I had to learn how to milk a cow. But and that's like 6 o'clock in the morning. You get up, you go out and you milk. You got to be up before 6, so you can be out there milking the cow at 6, and then you milk the cow at 6 in the evening before you can have dinner. Different
lifestyle, though, right? To inner city or urban kids kind of thing. It's you kind of if you're not doing chores from an early age, you're just a hindrance to the farm, right?
Yeah, exactly. And so that's probably what, your country, my country, it's probably the same thing. It's one of those things that skills get lost because kids aren't learning them.
I agree.
And what gets me so bad is that some of the kids that were born after my youngest son, he was born in 99. So kids born after 2000, some it's like, well, you want coffee? There's the coffee pot. Go make. How do you do that? I just go down to Starbucks and I buy myself a grande fufu drink. Well, you need to learn how to make a cowboy coffee here. You get an old sock and you fill it full of coffee grounds. You tie it off. You drop it in the pot, and then you dip it like you would tea after it's all been boiling for a while, and you get yourself your coffee. Even my son, who doesn't drink coffee, knows how to make coffee because a lot of the scoutmasters at scout camp wanted it, and he worked quartermaster staff in the kitchen. So he learned how to make coffee, not the K-cups. It's, you got the old percolator type. And he had to learn how to do that. But a lot of people just don't know how to do the skills that previous generations did because of how they lived. And that's it. The lifestyle's changed, but the modern kids, it's like, oh, what are you going to make for dinner? I'll pull a pizza out of the freezer and put it in the oven, or I'll pull a lasagna out of the freezer and put it in the oven,
or in the microwave.
Yeah, I'll take a hot dog and I'll stick it in the microwave, heat it up, and then drop it in a bun.
The problem is, even this generation just going by, that are joining the workforce now, grew up on things like gaming, less practical things.
Mm-hmm.
But the younger generation now doesn't even want to game. They want to watch somebody gaming. It's like they are complete watchers. Like, even if they were looking at something that requires skill, like, oh, look, he's carving this model out of wood, and they'll sit there staring at it for ages.
Yeah.
If I give them a block of wood and say, here's a knife, do you want to have a go? They'll be like, no, I'll just look at the next video.
Yep.
It's a battle.
Yep.
And there is one thing I think is quite important to teach the kids: how to use an axe, saw, and a knife on a proper and correct, safe way. I got my first Mora knife when I was 5 years old, but I could only use it under supervision. But my grandfather, he taught me how to use and handle a knife on a safe way.
Yeah.
And it was a tradition in my family to give your kids a real Mora knife when you turn 5 years old.
Yeah.
And many of my friends couldn't use a real Mora knife.
The problem is we wrap kids in cotton wool. Rightly so. Sometimes we're parents, we want to look after them and stuff like that. But if you stop them from doing anything, you can relate this to the Mora knives, like you said, to starting fires, to anything, any sort of bushcraft skills, all the way up to, doing anything around the house. If you protect them from it, oh, you can't do that. Oh, it's not safe. It's not safe. It's not safe. But when they eventually have an opportunity to do it when you're not there to stop them, they're going to do it in a terribly unsafe way. And that's when there's a horrible accident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I agree.
You disagree or agree with this as much as you want.
Yeah.
I had a drink of alcohol from a very young age at like 13, 14, with my parents with a meal every so often. By the time I was 15, 16, it was no longer a taboo, and I didn't need to hang around on the park drinking alcohol with all the teenagers, because I was just like, what's the point in that? It's a social thing. So it had the opposite effect. It didn't turn me into a raging alcoholic. It made me think, well, I don't need to do this secretly. I don't need to binge things.
Yeah.
And it's the same with anything.
It was the same for me when I was around 8 years old. And when we had a party at home, my parents gave me just that much in a glass, just a taste, so I could taste how it really tasted. Now, okay, that was pretty good. And the next one was not that good. So, but I am not an alcoholic either.
No. And we had the same Christmas. We have a little baby sham or something like that with the meal. But the parents that say, no, you can't do anything, they're the ones when the kids turn 16, 17, 18 and they've got to go out with their friends, they're the ones that just go crazy because they have no, it's rebelling, right?
I can do this. I can try this stuff. It's like, yeah. Like for me, I had one of my dad's old broken knives that he had reshaped the blade on. So it was only a little short blade, but a folding one with a little short blade. But it wasn't until the next year that when we joined Cub Scouts that in Cub Scouts, you have to go do the little class on knives called Whitman chip. And so they'd all learn knife safety. And then for my birthday, I got an official Boy Scout knife with the big blade, the little blade, the leather awl, and the can opener on it.
Yeah.
And, then when I became a Boy Scout from Cub Scouts, my dad gave me an old timer 3-blade knife like his, the little smaller one, which you really use for whittling and stuff.
Yeah.
So
you should have seen my friends' faces at school when at 14-year-old, my dad bought me a Bowie knife from Texas that was like this big.
Can't take that to school now, can you?
Can I take it for show and tell? No, you cannot.
And I got my first axe when I was 6 years old. And I learned to use an axe and saw when I was 5, 6 years old already. So it's a good skill to learn when you're a kid.
You have to be in the right culture and the right environment, I would say. Because if you ask me right now, will I give my 6-year-old an axe? No, not a chance. But in the right culture, in the right situation, like if I take them camping, I'll supervise them and get them to start to use it and gradually bring it in like that. So it depends on the culture as well. It's definitely a thing. Like I've mentioned many times before, I grew up American Civil War reenacting, which is 1860s. So you don't start a fire, there's no breakfast. You know, if you don't cut the wood, there's no fire.
Yep.
If you can't light a candle and have a flame safely inside a canvas A-frame, you're gonna bloody freeze. So I learned all this very young and was very responsible with it.
Yeah, it's like I was talking with Shadow before we started here. My youngest son was really heavily into the scouting stuff, and so when in Cub Scouts, one of the things they were teaching him how to do cooking in foil, where you get a piece of aluminum foil, actually tin foil, whatever, and you put your whatever you're going to cook in it, some fish or steak and potatoes and carrots, everything. You roll it up, make sure you got several layers, and you put it in the coals of a campfire. Mm-hmm. And that's what he had. That was the first time he learned outside cooking. He'd already been doing, cooking bacon, cooking waffles, and pancakes at home. But in the Cub Scouts, when he started learning that, and then all of a sudden it's like, we need a fire pit in the backyard, okay? And he started doing that. Well, here, let me show you the next step from doing foil. I pulled out the Dutch oven. Also, it's like, whoa! And he was just all into that. I mean, it's like I taught him how to line a Dutch oven so you could make what we call monkey bread in it, which is basically a gooey, massive cinnamon roll that's ready to fall apart in chunks. Yeah, and how to do stuff like that in there. How to bake a cake in a Dutch oven, and because he was so excited about it, I just kept on teaching him.
That's it. As long as you can get the introduction in, we're primal at the end of the day. No matter how much you think your kid won't leave their Xbox, their PlayStation, their phone, you start a fire in the back garden and ask them to come out and help. As soon as they see flames, they'll be there.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. That's the apex caveman in him coming out.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Fire! Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. So, but you got to start young, and you gotta not just teaching them the fun things. You also gotta set rules about chores and stuff. Like ours was like, all right, you guys got to wash your clothes. And when one of them, I don't want to wash today. Okay. Halfway through the week, he was having to wear dirty clothes back to school again because he's now on a week and a half into his clothes, and he's out of clean socks and stuff. Why didn't you wash my clothes? You were supposed to do it Saturday.
I'm still trying to teach the missus this. It's not going to get him through.
It takes some time, but you will get there.
I'll get there. Well, I'm going to get her the Reader's Digest Good Housekeeping book for her birthday and see how much she kills me.
Well, all right. Everyone gave me a bad time for marrying who I married. But when I met my wife, it was like, wow. And I just hit the brakes because I didn't want to go too fast. But then she started going fast, and I started going fast, and within 6 weeks, we were engaged. And we've been married 37 and a half years now. But
it's right.
Yeah, she was in the Army.
Yeah.
All right, and she was living with her grandmother. She was in the Army, did her first year full active. Then she went reserves and was going to college to get her accounting degree, and going on hikes and stuff and talking about this stuff. It's like, yes. And her parents had an orchard, an apricot orchard, and they raised apricots and sold them to Dole for the dehydrated apricots and stuff. And so she had similar background growing up with the chores on a somewhat sort of a farm life. And when it's like, okay, she likes hiking, yes. She knows how to use a pew pew, yes. She knows how to use a fully automatic pew pew. She hikes.
Of course, she was in the army.
Yeah. And I think just after our first anniversary, she was promoted to staff sergeant, which was extremely fast. But she's doing this, she's doing it. Okay, all right, promote her. And and so she cooks and stuff, and we both found out we hate the way our mothers cooked certain things like Brussels sprouts. She learned to cook them a little bit differently. My mother also couldn't cook broccoli worth squat without burning it or singeing it. And so, neither one of us liked broccoli until my wife learned how to cook broccoli properly. And now we both like broccoli and spinach. But
who gave the lessons on how to cook? Because it's another thing I could do with passing down.
Okay. Her best friend's mother was a graduate of the San Francisco Culinary. Yeah, so she was her best friend's mother was a professional chef.
Yeah.
So she went over there, and they only live like 8 blocks away. So she spent time over there learning.
That's very handy. I mean, Mrs. Urban Prepper could burn a salad, so I do the cooking. So it's the way it is in this house.
Okay.
She's graduated though. Like since she's been with me, she can now use the air fryer. So we've gone from just microwave to microwave and air fryer, unless I'm cooking. But not the big square, scary, heaty thing in the middle of the kitchen. She's still not sure what that is.
Well, for that, simple boil meals and stuff. You guys have macaroni and cheese over there?
I just had it for lunch.
Okay. Teach her how to, all right, you boil the water, you cook the noodles, you drain it, you mix it, you add the butter, you add a little bit of milk, you stir in the powder mix, and you mix it up. There, you made a meal.
She's getting there.
And then as soon as she does one, and if she does something like that, praise the snot out of her. That was great.
No, this is she's confused. We've been engaged for 3 years. She's like, why are we not married yet? I'm still waiting for the day I come home and there's a steak cooked right, and then we can do it. It's not a problem.
Well, take her in the kitchen and say, all right, this is how you do it. You get your cast iron skillet out here, you get it nice and hot, so when you drop drops of water on it, they're bouncing high. Put your salt on there, drop your steak in there, and just go through it and how to cook it. And have her standing right there, or give her a second pan right next to it. And she's in charge of that pan, you're in charge of that pan. She just watches you. She can do it herself then.
I order mine at restaurants blue, so it's not even much cooking you need to do.
Yeah. Well, I could tell you a story about my dad and the chef in Vegas, but the the thing is, you get it so it gets you throw it on there, I forget the term now. Brown it really quick. You turn it over, brown it really quick on the other side. Nice, really hot cast iron skillet. Boom, it'll be done good for you. The outside's done, the inside's still raw.
Yeah, I like it to moo when I put the fork in.
Okay, I'm going to tell you the story. My dad was working security at the Fremont Casino in Las Vegas, and he was and part of his work, he got free lunches. And he'd go in there, he'd order a steak, and the chef in there would put it on there, and he asked for it rare, and he'd send it out well done. And my dad just sent it back. This is well done. This is not rare. And one time he muttered to the thing, that guy needs to know how to cook. He does not know how to cook a steak. The chef in there went ballistic, threw a raw steak on the plate, set it out there, and he's waiting for my dad to complain. Well, my dad never complained. Came out and goes, "What?" He goes, "It was still a little too warm." The guy's mouth hit my dad's mouth hit the floor. My aunt, who was a dealer in the Fremont, saw it, and she tells stuff too. And she walked over to the chef. He goes, "You get the skillet or the griddle really hot. You put it on there for 30 seconds. You turn it over 30 seconds. That's rare."
Yeah.
And the chef's mouth, we go, "That's too short." No, that's rare. And that's the way a lot of the cowboys around here like it. They like it that way.
That's how I have it. Unless I'm going to somewhere eat in the UK that's cheap. If you go to like a Weatherspoons over here, your steak is however they decide it's going to be. If they'll say, "How would you like your steak cooked?" You may as well say, "Does it fucking matter? It'll come out the same way."
Yeah. So that's the thing. I mean, so like for teaching, your wife and your kids how to do it, drag them in the kitchen. You set up, you do it up, and you cook whatever meal you want them to learn. And then you get your wife. You have two pans going. You do one. She copies. She has to copy you, and she'll learn. And the first time, and so she did, you go, "Great, you did it perfect." Whether she did it perfect or not, you tell her she did it perfect. Even if it could have been 15 seconds less, whatever. But you make her. And same thing with the kids. You get them, and then all of a sudden the kids will taste it and go, "It's not quite right." And the next time they'll cook it, they'll try, "How can I make the flavor change on it?" And you teach them that. And then the kids will start experimenting on cooking, and they will learn how to cook it for the different things for steak, where it's rare, medium, well done. Anakin Skywalker on Mustafar, arms and legs burnt off.
More like cut off, but
yeah. But that's the.
If I hear them in the kitchen shouting to the steak, "But I have the high ground," then I know what's happening.
That's the way to do it. And you can start with a steak. You can teach them to do a plain pork chop. Then you add. All right, now we're going to season the pork chop. This time we cook it. This time we're going to try doing a stuffed pork chop. And you just work your way through the different ways of cooking. But every time you got to praise them for how well they did, and if you got to criticize, you give them what we call a learning sandwich. You say, "You did this great. You need to fix this here, but you really did this great too." So basically, the constructive criticism, and you got to do it constructively, is in the middle of two praises.
Mm.
And it works for adults and kids. You got to praise them that way.
Let me ask you a question about this. If a couple of comments back, you mentioned somebody mentioned like millennials or the Generation Z doesn't know how to cook, sort of thing, even the women and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Would you put some of that down to the education system? I mean, I was keen to learn when I was young, so I would shadow my mum in the kitchen. But we had home ec, CDT, which was construction design technology. We had even sewing and food tech and stuff like that. We had all these different topics. I speak to my older kids now, and they're learning more social study things than practical skills in schools.
Yeah. So like when I went to school, there was metal shop, wood shop, auto shop, drafting and stuff there in junior high and high school. And then there was home economics, and home economics was broken out into, cooking, sewing,
woodworking,
finance management classes, learning how to set up a bank account, how to balance a bank book. You talk about balancing a bank book to somebody nowadays. They're like, "Huh? What's that?"
See, that's not covered in the UK. Home economics was purely cooking, sewing, things like that.
Yeah.
Which is to the detriment. When I left school, I didn't know anything about interest rates. I didn't know anything about all these things. And it was right at the time where there was a boom in store cards. So I'm 16. I've left school. I've also left home. I'm waiting to get into the army. Suddenly this menswear shop goes, oh yeah, we'll give you a card and you can get £250 worth of clothes. Oh, that's great. Ding, 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 ding. Not knowing anything about interest rates, budgeting or anything.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, they, and then they phased that out in the early 80s and into the, the early 80s, mid 80s. They started cutting all the shop classes in the big cities, and, and the left leaning states like California. They started just, oh no, we want to teach them sociology and political science and stuff that never going to really use in life. But it's because it's important, and that's what the school system is not the best place to learn. But when they have basic classes like that, they come home and it's like, all right, well, this is what we learned today. What is that? The teacher really didn't explain it. Then you have a chance to expound upon it and give them more stuff. But the fact they weren't friggin' doing it, so most of the millennials and Gen Z are totally at a disadvantage because their parents thought they were learning it in school because they learned it in school.
Yeah, I'm technically millennial. We still had it in school, but it started to reduce. Yeah. I watched it start to get phased out as I was leaving the education system.
Yeah.
The question there, I don't know who that's aimed to, but here in the UK we have a national curriculum. So if it's not in their little book, they don't teach it.
Yeah.
And I've had arguments with schools about these things.
Yeah. Here, fortunately, they are dismantling and eliminating the Department of Education on the federal level, which wasn't doing what it was supposed to be doing anyways. It was just that's a whole other political conversation and going for hours about that. But see, local school boards are supposed to run it. And this local school board, and then there's the state Department of Education for each state, and they put out a minimum amount of hours of schooling the kids have to have, and the school board's divided. Okay, we got to have the kids in the classroom. There's not so much time, so we got to divide that time up by what classes they're going to take. What are we going to teach them? And I got to add, figure out, all right, 10% extra number of hours for sick days and stuff like that. So we know how long to make the school year. And then you get idiots in there that are trying to build themselves up and say, oh, look what I did for our students by getting these stupid classes they don't need. And to get those classes, they got to eliminate other classes the kids do need.
Yeah, this is what I mean about phasing out practical skills. The only social studies we had in my school was the playground at lunchtime. That's where you learned social stuff. Yeah. That's where you learned how to talk to girls. That's where you learned everything like that. The classroom was for education, practical skills.
Here's the thing is, for the school district here, I've heard several of the parents talk. If they go to the school board meeting and they start complaining, they get banned from the meeting.
There you go.
Which is totally wrong. And
classic. Sounds like the British government.
Yeah. And I'm just waiting for them if they try to ban my daughter or her husband from going to one of the meetings, then I'm going to pull my little federal trick on them and call in my friends from Homeland Security down here. We're just going to arrest the entire school board for violating the parents' civil rights, which we could do that right now, but I'm just going to wait for them to do it to my family.
Here in Sweden, we have a national school board, and they have the authority for every school in the country. They are responsible for every school in this country.
Here, that didn't work with the Department of Education at the federal level because it was so fudged up and, screwing things up. And they were making, you got to teach so many hours of this and so many hours of this to the states. It's like, I'm sorry, the kids in Alabama don't need to learn that. They need to have so many hours of this. The ones in New York needs so many hours of these classes. These ones out here in Nebraska, they're so friggin' smart with most of the stuff because they're farm kids. They know, they only need this, this, and this. And California needs this, and they're trying to think like every state needs to teach exactly the same. And that was been one of the biggest problems we've had here was you got to teach to the test, not teach the kids to learn. You got to teach them so they can pass the test, whether they understand the curriculum or not. And that is not a good way to teach kids. They need to make sure they understand the fundamentals.
That's the way they teach a lot of things. When you learn to drive over here, you're learning to pass the test. You don't learn to drive until you've been on the roads for a while.
Yeah.
It comes with experience. I mean, this is a juggling act I've got at the moment because I'm considering homeschooling as a genuine option because of how the education system's going over here and how it should never, no education system nationally should ever be political, one way or the other. And it is. And the teachers have their own agendas and stuff like that. So I'm thinking about homeschooling, but that part of me thinks, but they lose that social aspect of interacting with other kids.
Yeah.
I mean, the ideal would be to get a prepping community together and have a little school.
Okay, you're gonna love this comeback on that. There's a perfect meme. I wish if I could find it, I just put it up here. The 80s or the 70s, homeschooling will make your kids so socially awkward and give them no thought. Then it says homeschooling in the 2020s. Kids are learning everything. Kids in public schools think they're cats or dogs or they don't know how to socialize. And the problem is some of that, you can be whatever you want to be, is coming in the modern school districts, modern schooling.
See, that's been a message for all of time. You can be whatever you want to be. You work hard enough, you can be president.
Yeah, but this is you can be a dog, you can be a cat, you can be a mouse.
I'd have been great in the modern school now because I would just sleep in every lesson and tell them I identify as a mattress.
Yeah, but there's the total difference of what they're learning in schools. I must say, I saw a news article yesterday. What happened in the great state of Texas? They have put the 10 Commandments by state law back in every schoolroom. So kids in the city, they'll see, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt honor thy mother and father, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt,
Do you know what?
They're going to see that instead of rainbow flags and you can be whatever sex you want to be.
Well, do you know what our contribution to things like that was our Christian schools had a quarter of how many Muslims and Hindus and stuff like that they had to let in. And then they had to make contingencies of that, and then no longer can do prayers in assembly and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just madness.
Yeah.
But for me, they should have all different religion schools. I'm fully behind it. But if you apply to a school if I apply to a Sikh-based school, for example, I should expect to practice their beliefs. It's as simple as that.
Yeah. There are several over in the United States. There are several universities that are broken. I mean, there's one for there are Methodist universities, there are Episcopalian universities, there are LDS universities, and each one you're expected to take. You have, you say you have 6 classes a semester. One of those classes has to be a religious studies for the whatever religion is doing it. Just about most of them. All right, we start the day with a prayer. But the thing is, though, here's the interesting thing here that they're pushing in the United States on this move. We need to get off the religion thing, probably best. The U.S. Constitution is the law of the land. These groups are going to come over saying, "Oh, we are starting Sharia law here in this community here, and it is the law of the land." Nope. And there's the U.S. attorney saying, "Nope, we're going to. If you're not a U.S. citizen, you're trying that, we're kicking you out."
Yeah, see, we're just allowing it all. We don't care. But
Yeah.
it's not a new thing. When you mentioned religious studies, I have to always laugh because it was a forced class in my secondary comprehensive science school, and it was split out. I think there was about 4 or 5 different religions covered. Yeah. Over a space of 3 years, Christianity got 2 weeks. The other 3 years was spread between these 4.
Yeah.
That's all I'll say.
All right. I want to on Vanessa Skitty's comment, separation of church and state for a reason. For the United States, the reason that the founding fathers separated it, the separation was this for the founding fathers. The state or the federal government cannot say this is the religion of the state. This is the religion of the country. You got to be You got to be Mormon. You got to be Presbyterian. You got to be Catholic. No. That's what separation of church and state is. The state can't pick a religion and say this is now the religion. They can do denominational things like put up the 10 Commandments in schools. That is separated from it. Is not the state saying this is the religion.
Yeah, but I mean, I get separating it. In a place like we are now, where it's multicultural and stuff like that, education should be education. It's as simple as that. I went to Sunday school as a kid. That's where I learned everything religious. Sunday school. That was, something you can do. So there's options there. So why does it need any place at all in public school? I don't see it.
Yeah, Vanessa, that's right. Freedom of religion separate from the state. So you can practice whatever religion you want. And the state can't say you have to practice this particular religion.
I agree.
However, the federal government here in the United States, the Constitution is the law of the land. No religion can set themselves up as the law of the land. No religion. Catholicism, Methodist, whatever, cannot set themselves up as the law of the land. Only the Constitution can be the law of the land here. Therefore, you have the separation, and that's why I think a couple certain individuals who are trying to push a certain religion on the rest of the United States need to be kicked out of Congress. Have they weren't born in the U.S., so they've been naturalized citizens. They need to have that revoked and say bye-bye, because they're part of the problem, ruining ruining the school system, and have been for decades.
Listen, call me old school, but I was always taught when in Rome, do as the Romans do. So if I go to Italy, I should respect all their laws, all their traditions, all their cultures.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. If I go to any country, I'd expect to do the same.
Yeah, my ancestors, I'm Heinz 57. I'm related to every royal family in Europe, including countries that no longer exist. That we've done our genealogy. But when my great-great-grandparents came from Germany to the U.S., what'd they do? They learned English. They learned everything about the country, and they immersed themselves in America. My family came from Ireland. They already spoke English somewhat, but they stopped speaking the Gaelic and something. They
just started drinking less. That's how they fit in.
Yeah, no, not according to my uncle. My uncle's blood count was 99% Coors beer. My family from France
that's not a real beer.
Came here and learned English and practiced it. It's just the way they did back then. And it's like, oh no, we get to keep our own identity. And it's like, no, you're coming here to be part of America. You need to become an American.
Yeah. I mean, to drag us kicking and screaming back to the topic.
Yeah. Let's go back to the topic.
Well, it's on the topic of both.
Yeah.
Would you see homeschooling as a better option because you can teach more of these practical skills and it's not taken away? Because I think a lot of kids have an issue of, you know, obviously it's a really hard life when you're a kid, according to the kids. You know, they spend all day in school. They don't want to be learning at the weekend. They don't want to be learning in the evening. So therefore, if you did homeschool, technically you've got a better slot of time to say, now we're going to do practical skills.
And good homeschooling systems over here in the United States, they don't spend 8 hours teaching them at home. In 3.5 hours, they're done with their schoolwork. Then they go out and learn other stuff. They do their history, their mathematics, their English, and all of that stuff in that 3.5 hours. And it's not an entire hour on one subject. I remember getting so bored halfway through the hour period for English and going, you know, halfway through because, hey, you burnt me out. You know, I need a break from this. And this is hour 4 of school out of the day. It's like, sorry, you know, but some of the parameters for homeschooling now, the structures that are set up to get kids to learn better, 3 to 3.5 hours of homeschooling covers all they need as far as the state is concerned for learning mathematics, English, geometry, history, whatever, required courses like that. And then you take them outside and you teach them stuff outside, play in the garden, playing, whatever, tying knots, building a fort.
Geography is a great example of that. I learned geography at school. It was useless.
Same here.
I went out and did orienteering, reading OS maps, going out there doing hikes, doing adventures, finding pin coordinates, things like that, compass, reading, looking at the stars, etc. Blah, blah, blah. All of that taught me a lot more than sat in a classroom for an hour following a geography book.
Yeah.
The other one thing that taught me geography was the Risk board game. So I still think Yakutsk and Kursk and all that are over there. I can tell you how many points for each one: 5 armies and 3 armies.
One of the interesting YouTube channels here is Nicky has 2 channels. He has the Fat Files and he has the Fat Electrician. The only reason why I won't play his videos for my grandkids, he cusses like an army sergeant. But he delves deeply into history and he makes it so friggin' interesting that it's like, wow. And he brings out all the stuff they kind of just gloss over in it. He'll get in the Fat Files. He covers the history of Kentucky Fried Chicken, Walmart, a lot of the corporations and stuff, some political things. And he covers that stuff, you know, the history of things that people don't know about. You know, how did Coca-Cola come into existence, and how the rivalry of Coca-Cola and Pepsi change the restaurant? And he goes in and teaches like, wow, I thought I heard something like about that, but I didn't realize how important it was. But
see,
then
that's good.
Yeah,
but the cursing thing, that's exactly what we were saying before. You can't hide them from it. Let them hear it. They just have to know that it's wrong.
Yeah. Now, when he on the Fat Electrician, he does a lot of military stuff. He did a great thing on Daniel Morgan. Sorry, Daniel Morgan terrorized the British during the Revolutionary War. He organized the first Green Berets type thing. But then talks about Audie Murphy in World War II and all the things. He's the most decorated U.S. soldier in military history. He does stuff on Sergeant York and how he saved, you know, a lot of the British and American troops over there. He went in as a conscientious objector, but while he said he realized these Germans are killing all these American and British guys. Someone's got to stop them. and he stopped them. He was an excellent marksmanship from the hills of the Blue Ridge Mountains, and so, but he goes through, covers all the cool stuff of Montgomery and Patty Main. Goes into history of these guys, and George Washington, George Patton, all the different ones, and he covers all the cool things they did to become these great heroes. And he talks about some of the one of his favorite things. He picks out the men that failed their first time to enlist because they had poor eyesight, yet became great snipers and stuff the second time when they went over and enlisted in either the Marines or the Navy or something, and wound up doing different things. And so that type of history, he makes it you want to learn history. I was not really a big history buff. My grandmother was a great history buff, and she'd get on me when I was having problems in school in history and stuff. But this guy makes you want to learn history.
I mean, that's half the battle, wanting to learn, right? Getting kids to want to learn things. It's piquing their imagination. And I learned a lot about history because my stepdad was a historian. He's been on the History Channel, stuff like that, and he was a military historian. So it interested me. So that's what I followed along with. Now, when I tried to help my kids through the school system, my oldest son, they learned everything up until post-war Germany, and then they learned everything from 1950 onwards. They literally eliminated World War II out of the education thing.
Because they didn't want to teach about Patty May and his great band of SAS.
But it's just madness that you wouldn't teach that. So it's like, let's learn about everything, but we won't talk about the wars because it was naughty times and naughty people did naughty things. If we forget history, we're destined to repeat it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's I mean, you want them to learn to avoid wars. Teach them about wars. Teach them the nastiness, the heartache, the brutality of war.
Yep.
And it's like, I don't want to be involved in a war, but I understand the necessity for it.
Yeah, but it's just eliminating it from. I mean, I was like, he was telling me all the different periods they were doing. Oh, they did Romans. They don't mind talking about Romans and stuff like that, but they don't talk about the horrendous side of Romans. But they still they'll talk about all of that. Egyptians, the lot, go all the way up. Got to World War I, skipped it. Started teaching the time between World War I and World War II. Got to World War II, skipped that period, then started talking about like the 50s and 60s. It's like, why is that being eliminated from our national education?
Yeah.
Madness.
And and of course, homeschooling, you can teach them that. There's plenty of things. We got an encyclopedia, and when I was 6, 7, when my parents got an encyclopedia for my older brother and sister. My sister's 10 years older than I am. And because, they were doing it, and sometimes they'd be reading stuff. And me and my younger brother would say, "What are you reading about?" Because why are our brothers and sisters reading so intent on these books? And then my grandmother would pick up one and start reading from it, to teach us history from the encyclopedia. Yeah. Homeschooling is probably the better way to teach than the current system we have now.
I'm seriously considering it. I'm seriously considering it because of how it's getting over here. If we suddenly had our own version of Make England Great Again, and they actually started doing things that made sense instead of ridiculous stuff, then I'd not consider it. But right now, yeah.
The modern school system did not exist until Rockefeller decided to fund school systems and stuff and create the structure we have now. We weren't broken out into grades, first grade, second grade, third grade, back originally. And he created the school system here of grades and stuff like that. And it was teaching compliance. There was you had all right. You have to sit here. Then okay, we'll let you go outside for 15 minutes. You got to come back in, and we got to continue on. Oh, you got a half hour for lunch. You get to eat and play. Come back in. Another 15 minutes. Okay, you're done with your 8 hours of schooling. Just like a job. And this is what really, one of the things that really turned me off about Rockefeller was when he asked about it, he goes, I'm not teaching, I don't want to teach I don't have the schools to educate thinkers. I want them to teach workers. I want workers, not thinkers.
Mm.
And then, oh, the United States has such a great one. We're going to borrow that over here in Britain. Oh, we're going to borrow that in France. We're going to bring it over to France. We're going to bring it over to Germany.
So it's your fault, is what you're telling me, Gil.
No, I'm saying it's a greedy SO Hoosie Boo named Rockefeller's fault, who also did the same thing to the medical community.
It was a sponsored US doctor who came up with the food triangle, where all them lovely grains are at the bottom that they grow en masse, and meats at the little top.
Yeah, paid for by Kellogg's and Quaker Oats.
Yeah.
Seriously, it was. They were paid for it.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Here in Sweden, speaking of homeschooling, it's prohibited here. You are not allowed to do it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, unless you have certain special circumstances, you can do that. Otherwise, it's prohibited.
See, over here, it's not prohibited, but you do have to go to a kind of curriculum level to a degree, because they have to sit the exams the same.
Yeah.
So you've got to teach them what's on the exams and the stuff they need to pass. But that's not an issue for me. I don't mind teaching them maths the way they want to teach them maths. I don't mind teaching them, it's facts at the end of the day. It's just the other stuff. It's like, I can teach them to cook better than you can. I can teach them to sew better than you can. I can, you know what I mean? It's all the other stuff that they're throwing in the lessons in between, social studies and stuff like that. Over here, Gil, I don't know what it's like over there. We're giving them sex education in primary school. So the age of 9, 10-year-old.
They're starting to do that here. And that's one of the things, and even a little bit younger. And that's one of the things I hate is that, especially in California and New York. Oh, you're talking about they have trans people coming in to talk to them about, oh, you're not necessarily male or female. You could be trapped in the wrong body. My final word on this is a great, someone was out there saying, he goes, was being interviewed on the street and go, how many sexes are there? There are 2 sexes. Well, what about all the people say that there are 2 sexes and an infinite number of mental diseases?
Here.
So, but yeah, it's in certain, like here in Idaho, they are kicking those out of the schools. You can't put the flag, the gay pride flag in the schools anymore. They're trying to bring back, you will start the day with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Kelly and DJ has just said children learn a lot of human life skills at school, not just the curriculum, etc. That's the only, I did mention before, that's the only thing holding me back for it, because of the social side of things. But it's also breeding social anxiety, and how much are kids actually socializing these days, and how much of them are just sat there.
And it's also breeding misconceptions on social norms. Boy, is it breeding misconceptions on social norms. They're finding out here in the U.S. that kids that are homeschooled have less psychiatric problems, they have a greater self-worth of themselves. They can actually socialize better because they're not worried about hurting anybody else's feelings. They can be honest. They can be forthright. And so you want them to socialize, take them to the park. They'll play with kids will naturally socialize with other kids at a playground.
Yeah,
Just
this is it. I
naturally
mean,
do it.
and they do. My boys do as well. I don't think the schools. I don't think homeschooling them would remove that. As long as I make sure they're put into them situations as well.
Yeah.
And you know, if you're like me and you just have enough kids to form the size of a classroom, then it's fine. It solves itself.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The original classrooms here, it's called, you know, the old red one-room schoolhouse. Yeah, it wasn't grades. It was everybody learning, and they would learn things, and the teacher would adjust for the older kids and the younger kids on certain things. But when they taught history, everybody got taught history the same way. When they got taught English, yeah, you have to. You could give the older kids more stuff about nouns and adverbs and, you know, all the conjunctions and all the other fun stuff. The younger kids, you were concentrating on forming basic sentences. Then you have the mathematics. Yeah, the younger kids learned, you know, one plus one is two, 2 plus 2 is 4. The older kids were into division and multiplication and that stuff. Yeah, that can be done just fine in a one-room schoolhouse. There are several good programs online that have everything set up for homeschooling to teach multiple grade kids in one house, and to make it fun and to make it work. And there are several channels out there. I've seen the kids post and stuff like that. Or didn't you lose stuff from not going to public school? And the one girl, she's just absolutely great on it. I wish I could remember. I wish I'd saved that channel. But she was saying, no, I don't miss it at all, because I was homeschooled up until my junior and senior year, and I only went to half a day of school my junior and senior year, because I had already passed all my state required courses 2 years before that. So they were just there for, and the
whole time, no bulletproof vest was required.
Oh, when I went to high school, every pickup in the parking lot had a rifle and or shotgun in the back window. No shootings. 4 of those pickups belonged to girls. All right. Rape was unheard of.
Yep.
And it was just, that's the way it was. And when someone got a new rifle at Christmas, guess what they did? They brought it to school and then told the teacher, hey, I just got this thing. Can I go get it? Yeah, bring it into class. And they went over it in class. They actually taught in elementary school in Arizona firearm safety in elementary school.
That's good.
That's the time to teach it when they're young, so they don't become, what's this scary thing that goes pow pow? They know about it. They learn proper handling. They actually had courses. The national government had courses back in the 50s here in the United States. Saying, hey, you need to be teaching this stuff. Here's the course. Teach the kids how to handle the firearms and stuff. So it's safety, so they don't have accidents. Were there school shootings? Nope. Were there
I learned to shoot when I was 6 years old.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, but when I was in school, though, LA, it's taboo. When we moved to Arizona, it was like, okay, first year in Arizona school. When I turned 16, Christmas, here's your rifle. And my brother, the next year, my brother got his rifle. And, the shop teacher took me and my brother and 3 of the kids from school out hunting for coyotes on a Saturday.
Meanwhile, here in the UK, the government is going to announce we're now banning forks because they're dangerous.
No. They're also going to ban these little plaque cleaning mini toothbrushes too, because you could chop it in someone's ear and kill them.
You could take over an entire plane with that, Gil.
Oh yeah.
Oh, madness.
Yeah, madness.
I'm genuinely going to do some research into it. So my older boys live with their mums, so they're in school. That's what it is, not a problem.
Yeah.
But my daughter, who lives with us, is starting to come to that age where she'll start looking at school. We might put her in nursery for 1 or 2 days a week for social reasons and stuff like that. But when it comes to actually educating, I'm thinking of homeschooling because it's our control. It's nothing's going to be indoctrinated into just the way the world is at the moment. In 5 years' time, that might all change, and I might think it's all wonderful, and I'll stick her in school. But at the moment, it feels the safer, sensible option.
Now, one of the things I really object to, I've always have throughout my life with my kids and stuff, there should be no homework from school. Schoolwork needs to be done in school, and when they try sending it home, send it back. No, we don't do. Our kids do not do homework. You're to teach that at school.
When do you get homework from? Do you get home? Do they get homework all the way through, or is it just seniors?
All the way through.
Yeah, we've got primary school kids, like 5-year-old, 6-year-old, coming home with homework. I'm like, give them a break.
Yeah. Now, for the younger kids, I can see what they're doing. They'll send home a piece of paper, and with the little dots on the paper for A, capital A, capital B, little b, and they're supposed to trace a price. That I can see. But doing questions and doing research where it's going to take you 4 hours to do your homework, no. That's about the time I want to say to the school, fine, you're going to send homework to? I'm going to send quote schoolwork to homework to school where all right, for this hour you have to let the kids out to play for the entire hour, teach them how and have them learn how to play baseball or dodgeball or tag or something, and just start throwing that back at the school and say no.
The thing is I wouldn't mind homework, but it's the scale of it. When my kids come here and I'm like, oh, watch a film at the weekend. Oh, I'll put this on. I don't think they've seen that. Yeah, we watched that at school. Why are you watching films at school and then doing work at home? What the?
Yeah. Exactly. But getting back really on target here, teaching youth home skills. One of the things that we need to teach kids, even little ones and stuff, is respect for stuff in the house. Electricity. Teach them about electricity.
Yeah.
So at a younger age, do not stick anything in the plugs, and teach them about bad stuff happening. Show them get your electrical gloves on and wires. If you stick something in here, and the kid go, and they realize, okay, that is dangerous. And you come, oh yes, it's dangerous, but you can use it. You can learn how to use it. It's like the light switch. Just as how we repair a light switch. We take it out, we turn the breaker off, we take out the thing, release the wires, take it off, put the new one on, put it back in, put the plate cover on it, turn the breaker back on, and test it. Or if you still have the screw-in fuses, use those. Teach about plumbing. Oh, the sink is plugged up. We're going to have a lesson on how to unclog the sink and how to prevent it from clogging again. Oh, what do we find in here? Your little army man. This is why you don't put your army men in the sink, because they go down the drain.
What did we find in there? All your mum's bloody hair in the plug.
Yeah, and you teach them how to do a drain and stuff. I've had to teach my grandkids about the toilet. It's like Aiden would take and just 10 feet of toilet paper, wad it up, wipe once, and drop it in the toilet, and do that 3 times and try to flush it. It's like, no. You take it, you get a short piece along, you fold it up a couple times, you wipe, you fold it in half again, you wipe again, and then you get a second piece of paper. Otherwise, you're going to be in here cleaning the toilet out next time you plug it up.
Teach him the 1-sheet military method.
I prefer the 8-sheet. Fold it in half, fold it in a third, fold it in a third, and you can do it. But
when I was a kid and I was in the elementary school, I believe I was in the 4th or 5th grade. We had a whole week. We had they called it the energy week. And you know what? We made ourselves our own extension cord. So I can make that if I want to.
Yeah. This is one of the things too. I mean, a lot of the skills we talked about last week.
Yeah.
Some of those skills, you need to be teaching those skills to your kids.
Yeah.
Some skills you need to learn, you need to learn them with your kids.
They've probably got energy weeks in school now, Shadow, but the difference now is it'll be a week of learning how net zero is wonderful.
Yeah.
Problem is with that is going to be, well, I'm gonna pick on Canada. Oh, we got to get our carbon, down. So we're going to carbon tax everybody. And several of the professors came back and said, wait a minute, with all the trees we have that eat carbon and make oxygen, we are so carbon positive or whatever, or negative, whatever you call it. We can produce twice as much carbon and our trees are taking care of it. We don't need a carbon tax because we are so net zero beyond net zero that, yeah.
We just close all industry. That's what makes us net zero.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, that's what just makes us zero, full stop.
I want to see U.S. Scouting Service Project. Boom. Okay. I want to share something here with everybody. So share screen. Come on,
I like
there we
that,
go.
Pete. That's cool, Pete.
Okay. This is a website, USSP, U.S. Scouting Service Project. It's good for everything. It covers Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, Venture Scouts, and it's all about scouting. It's just a help for parents and scoutmasters.
They need a web designer desperately.
Oh no,
Yeah,
no! It works. It works. You can find out all different things, but here's the fun thing: you go down here, merit badges. Every merit badge. These here are the required for become an Eagle Scout, and then they got all merit badges. Some of these are aimed at the U.S., such as American business, but you got American labor. Well, we can change that really easy to British labor or Swedish labor. Talk about the labor, in your countries. Animal service, animation, archaeology, archery, architecture, art, astronomy, athletics, atomic energy, nuclear science. It's been changed to nuclear science now. Auto mechanics has been changed to automotive maintenance. Aviation, backpacking,
Sorry. I go back. There's a nuclear merit badge now for the Scouts.
Nuclear science, to understand how the science behind atomic energy and nuclear energy.
I mean, I got like a knot one and a fire making one, but we never talked about nuclear energy in my Scouts.
Yeah, and then then you got you got basketry, bird study, bugling, camping, canoeing, chemistry, chess, citizenship in society, citizenship in the community, citizenship in the nation, citizenship in the world. The citizenship ones are part of the required ones for Eagle Scout.
Citizenship, just like doing good in the community kind of stuff.
All right, citizenship in the community. You learn about. You have to go to a city council meeting. That's one of the requirements. You have to go to a city council meeting. You got to learn about how the government works in the community. How you as a citizen function in the community.
That's cool.
So climbing, coin connecting, collecting, communications required, composite materials, cooking required, crime prevention, cycling.
Prevention. You get in.
Cycling is one of the alternatives for the required one. Dentistry, digital technology, disabilities awareness, dog care, drafting, electricity. Yes, I used to teach electricity one all the time. That one's cool. Electronics, emergency preparedness, energy.
Whee! Shout out.
emergency preparedness.
Yay!
Yay! Yes. And the thing is, though, you don't have to be a scout to go and get the things for this. But it goes through everything: family life, farm mechanics, fingerprinting, fire safety, first aid, fish and wildlife management, fishing, fly fishing, forestry.
What's this called? I'm going to have a look at it when I've got power back.
This is USSSP. So there's
US.
3 S's in the middle of it. It's the U.S. Scouting Service Project.
Cool. I'll have a look at it.
And yeah, so we're still going down. Now we're into the G's: gardening, geocaching, golf, health, hiking, home repairs. Home repairs, something that we're talking about today. Skills that kids need to be taught. Home repairs, how to fix things. And you go through all these different ones here. The last one down on the list is woodworking, which is what my live stream last night was on Camp Patton Family Compound. Woodworking, wood carving, they're different. So you got all these different skills. Now I'm going to go back up to the emergency preparedness one here for you. Watch what happens when I click on it. Okay, so this little book is called the Emergency Preparedness Pamphlet. You can get that. You can actually probably find it on Google Docs and get it for free. Then you can download the bottom here. You can download the requirements here in either a Word format or a PDF, and it's called a worksheet. And you go through all the different things to do. First, number one, earn the first aid merit badge. Before you can even work on anything else, you have to earn the first aid merit badge. Do the following: discuss with your counselor the aspects of emergency preparedness: prevention, protection, mitigation, response, and recovery. Using the chart and graphics spreadsheet in the pamphlet, you cover everything like things to do with home kitchen fire, home basement, storage room, garage fire, explosion in the home, automobile accident, foodborne diseases, food poisoning, fire explosion in public, vehicle stalled in the desert, vehicle trapped in a blizzard, earthquakes or tsunami, mountain backpacking accident, boat accident, gas leak in the home or a building, tornado or hurricane, major flooding or flash flooding, toxic chemical spills, nuclear power plant emergency, avalanche, slow rock or rock slide, violence in public places. Now you move on to the next one. Show how you can save a person from the following dangerous situations without putting yourself in danger. A person touching a live electrical household wire, a structure filled with carbon monoxide, clothes on fire, drowning using non-swimming rescues, including accidents on ice. And so it goes through all this stuff for the emergency preparedness.
All that last section, the same answer is get phone out, put on TikTok. That's what the youth does.
But yeah, it's like number 7 there. Take part in an emergency service project or a real one or practice drill with a scouting unit or a community agency. This one here was put in after the CERT program was established. And this was to get scouts into the youth CERT program, the Community Emergency Response Team. But yeah, you got all the cool ones. Now the one here that from this talking about the saving a person from drowning. They used to make you have to take the where's it down to it here? L. Where's L? Pottery. The life-saving merit badge. So you used to have to take first aid and the life-saving merit badge to get the emergency preparedness merit badge, but they separated the life-saving one out. So,
hey man, you're right.
Hey, so this, this scouting merit badge system is a great way to teach skills to the kids. Cooking, literally cooking. If every kid in America took cooking, just earned a cooking merit badge, you wouldn't have all these late millennials and early Z's going, how do I cook a hot dog?
Someone said in the chat very earlier on when we were mentioning the cooking side of things that partly to blame is things like Uber Eats and Deliveroo and all these companies that have made convenience food at your fingertips so easy, right?
Yeah.
How do you make tea? Like this. How do you order dinner? Like this.
Exactly. And that it's just so ridiculous. It's like people don't know how to do stuff from scratch. How do you make bread? The first time you get a kid that has made their own loaf of bread, oh, the smile that's going to be on their face for the next 3 days. The big smile is going to be on the first time they take a bite.
Well, it's the same with any food, though. Kids and youth have a detachment from it. It just comes magically to the supermarket. That's not an animal. That's not a cow. That's not a pig. That's just a magic plastic packet that has that red meat stuff in I like.
Yeah, well, what's sad is like that carries on into adulthood. There's a lot of adults like over here in America. There's a lot of adults like they honest to God, they don't understand the concept that there are trucks there, maybe not daily for some grocery stores, but the other stores like the Walmarts, like you're talking like 8 to 10 trucks in a single day, just restocking the shelves. They think there's like some sort of magic machine back there. That's how detached they are. It's like, I'm sorry, there isn't a magic machine that spits out milk in cartons or packaged meat and styrofoam. Say again?
It's because they can't scale it either. Because they walk into a massive supermarket, they look around and think, "Wow, there's like
it's abundant.
10 years worth of food in here." No.
Yeah,
there's about 3 days worth of food in there for the community itself.
Yeah, 10 years worth of food for one person or something like that. One family, and that's assuming that the stuff doesn't spoil on the shelves.
Yeah.
My wife was giving my 2 boys a really bad time because they know where they've gone shopping with her. And they know all that stuff. She said, "I'm going to be gone to Idaho for 2 weeks. The magic refrigerator is closed unless you put food in it."
That sounds about right.
But I mean, to be honest on that, both boys give my wife, here's $50. Buy me some stuff, and then you're at the store. You know what the good stuff is.
At least you can still give them $50. The store might not take cash anymore these days. But I mean, this is the thing. We're victims of our own success in a way as humans because everything is convenience food now. Convenience food used to be its own category. Now everything is a convenience food. Because I live in an urban environment. I can pick up my phone now and you name a country, you name a cuisine, you name a food type or anything, I can have it at the store in 40 minutes. Because I'm on the edge of a city where we have everything.
Yeah. My biggest pet peeve on that is people saying, "I can't afford this. I can't afford that." But wait a minute, I got to order my stuff from
Wow.
If you didn't order it, if you had food stocked in your house, it costs you 1/10 of what you're spending on Uber Eats and DoorDash.
But I've got loyalty.
And I heard Gil diatribe about that.
Sorry, Dios.
No, I heard Gil diatribe earlier about that. Yeah, it just continues to perpetuate and breed helplessness. Yeah, like I said, there are a lot of people. Hell, like I said, I'm a millennial. There are a lot of people in my age bracket who are both younger and older, that still do not know how to cook. Like I said, I'm 35, and there are people that do not know how to cook. Like, it's sad. Like I said, the joke is true. Like, some people, they can't figure out how to boil water.
Yeah. So Mrs. Urban Prepper is 26, and she has zero. I mean, she does now, but when I first met her, She had zero cooking skills, anything like that. Making anything from scratch, everything was convenience. It's just the way they're brought up now.
Yeah, yeah. And it just breeds helplessness.
It does. And we talk about metrics when we talk about Teotihuacan and SHTF. And the metrics are based on probably incorrect studies from a while ago. I think the whole, X% of people would die in the first 30 days. I think you can double or triple that now because the generation coming through would literally be helpless.
Yeah, it's really bad. But
I'm going to say, sorry. I was going to say something too, real quick on that. The other thing too is, like I said, especially with the younger generations, I'll throw in Gen Z. I don't like to rag too much on Gen Z because a lot of it was the upbringing. Because a lot of Gen Z were brought up by the Gen X. Like I said, a lot of the older Gen X were the ones who brought them up. But it's just like, oh God, where the hell was I going to go with this? There's no drive. There's no drive to want to learn. For a lot of them, like there's no natural curiosity. Like when I was growing up, when I was a kid, I actually took an interest in wanting to learn how to cook. Like I learned simple stuff like making grilled cheese sandwiches and stuff like that. But my parents were like, especially my mom, she was like really nervous about me cooking on the stove because she didn't want me to hurt myself. That's fair enough. But I'm just saying, there's no natural curiosity.
But do you think that's a generational thing with technology as well? Because
I
got bored still as a kid because you could only play so much Sonic on the Mega Drive before your mind exploded. It wasn't like gaming now. And I'd then go down and see what my mum was doing in the kitchen. Oh, what you making? Oh, how are you doing that? And stuff like that.
I'm not going to lie. I didn't get my first game console until I was in college. I did not have my first game console until I was in college. My parents had even offered my younger brother and I to get us a PlayStation 2 while we were going through high school. And we both turned them down. Like I turned them down because I knew for a fact that I was irresponsible. I knew I was irresponsible. And I was like, do not get me that because I will not do my homework. I will probably fail school because I'm spending too much time on that. That was my reasoning. It's like, don't get that for me.
That is hellish good discipline for a teenager to say no because I know it's going to do me bad.
I agree, Mike.
So I'm a mid boomer. My mom was born in 22. My wife originally was a boomer, but they changed the dates, so now she's the first year of the Gen X. But her parents are silent generation, like my mom and dad are, and we were taught totally different than what some of my older cousins taught their kids.
Wrong bit, sorry.
But a lot of it has to do with the fact of how the demographics of growing up changed. I remember, being, 8 years old and walking 3 miles, to the other side of Martinez to go to my cousin's house. Tell my grandmother, I'm going over to see Roland and Laddie. Okay, bye. And then 2 hours later, they get a phone call. Did he make it? Yeah, he's here. Now it's like, make sure you have your phone on you. I'm following you on the tracking app. I'm watching every step you take.
Exactly, but it's you can blame anything you want on that, but you can also blame media. It's like when people say, "Oh, the world is full of these not right people anymore," and you know what I'm talking about. I don't want to upset the YouTube.
Yeah.
But the world is full of them. It was full of them in the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, it's always been full of them.
We just didn't advertise them on every bit of media possible
Yeah.
and make every single parent paranoid. I'm guilty of it. I'm genuinely guilty of it. My boys, at the age they are now, I would have been going out, and my time to come in was when the street lights came on. That was it.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the same for me too.
Now I won't let them out my sight. You want to play outside, I need to be able to see you.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of that, but it is drilled into you.
Yeah. Well, what's funny about talking about that is my cousin, who's 2 years younger than me, like my brother, and my other cousin is a year older than me, and we would go around doing stuff. And there was something came in the newspaper. Someone was, some kids were attacked. Oh, you got to be careful, these guys. And the smile that came across our faces scared our parents. Why are you guys smiling? And we pulled out screwdrivers and hammers. Where are they? We'll take care of those guys. We were raised differently. We were totally raised differently as boomers.
Some of that was passed down. Like I am the double of my stepdad. It's not a blood relation, but people are confused that it's not, because I'm like that. And I try and instill a bit into my kids, but it's still, you still, I think they're still getting, every generation's getting more and more cotton wool wrapped around them. And what I see is the future. Has anyone seen Wall-E?
Yeah, I see Wall-E, but I'm thinking of Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. That's what I'm thinking of right now.
I was thinking Wall-E, the next generation are going to be in these seats, not doing anything, robots doing everything, and they can't, so they don't get, in trouble or anything like that, and we're so protected. That's
yeah, like I said, learned helplessness.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, that kind of goes back to what I said about Rockefeller and setting up the education system. He wanted workers, not
yeah,
like
like you said, compliance.
Yeah, compliance. Yeah, you learn compliance 8 hours in school. You sit there behind the desk. Oh, preparing you to have an office job.
So you can.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, I'm being completely honest with you guys. I barely graduated high school by the skin of my teeth. Absolutely barely. I mean, barely. I think. No, I'm serious. Like, had maybe not necessarily gone to public school, but. Maybe if I had gone to like a charter school or some sort of private school and the taught differently, I think I would have done better.
Can I ask what graduated is? Like how do you define graduated? Because over here you go through school, the last year of school, you do your exams at the end, you get your results, and that's you in the big open world. Whether you failed every exam or whether you got A's in every exam, you off into the big open world. So what does graduating mean? Does it just mean finishing, or?
So you complete your grade 1 through K through 12. Okay, in high school, there's a minimum grade point average that you have to achieve in order to graduate. Right. I think it's like And like I said, you're also taking final exams and stuff like that. But I want to say it's like it's either 2.3 or 2.25 or something like that for your overall GPA. So your GPA for your at least high school, it counts for all your grades you've earned basically from freshman year all the way to senior year of high school. So that's 4 years of high school. So there's some parents they're actually, you know what? I know as a kid growing up, these parents are just straight up assholes and they're controlling, but actually they're pretty dang good parents looking back at it. It's like they want to make sure their students are A and B average. There's some parents that are just absolutely strict. They want nothing but A's, A pluses, because they want their kids to basically get full ride scholarships. But there's some where, like I said, A and B average. They don't allow for C's. They don't allow for D's. But if you're an all A student, or if you're mostly A's and B's, all A student, you're absolutely going to be a 4.0 GPA with your, when you go to graduate. A's and B's, you're going to be somewhere right around, 3.5, maybe 3.
Somebody correct me if it's different now, but when I was at school, there's no such thing as graduated. You just got to the end of it, and that's it. You were done your time. So I made the decision to join the army when I was like 15 because all my family was military. So when it came to my exams, I was in the top sets and the top classes for maths, and I failed my maths exam because I just didn't want to be bothered with it. I failed my English exam. On one of the main question on the exam was like, what did this book mean, blah, blah, blah. And I wrote, didn't read it, and then went to sleep for the rest of the exam because that was the type of person I was. So I failed everything. So I wouldn't have got a GPA.
Yeah.
But we don't have that. We literally go, oh, there you go. You've done your mandatory term. Now get out into the world and show people your results and see if you can get a job.
When you graduate, you get a high school diploma.
Yep.
We don't have that. Well, we do.
You can't get into college without a high school diploma.
Yeah, you can't even get hardly any good paying or decent paying jobs with a high school diploma. You need a minimum of at least a GED.
Yeah, and GED.
And there's some people that don't even do that.
Yeah, a GED is your general education degree, or something like that. And basically, that's for those that fail 12th grade. And they say, I'm dropping out. I'm just going to go out and get a job. And then they realize, oh, I need to go back to night school and get my GED.
Yeah.
The equivalent of that we have is you'll apply for certain roles and they'll say you need at least a C in maths and English, right?
Yeah.
Which I don't have, but I'm better at maths than most people in my family.
Yeah.
But I don't have that. But I've built a career around experience and showing what I can do and stuff like that. We just don't have that diploma level thing. And maybe it's a failing on our part to not have that. Yeah. We used to have a national record of achievement, which was this red leather-bound A4 folder, and you put your certificates and stuff in it, and you take it for job interviews. Nobody frigging took it anywhere. It never got used. I don't even know if it's still a thing.
The other thing you're talking about, you went into the military. You can't get into the military without a high school diploma or a GED. And even if you have a GED, you're limited in what you can do in the military.
Yeah. See, they would just turn around and say, did you finish school? And you'd say, yeah. And they'd say, write your school name. And they'd never check. And that'd be it.
One of my close friends, he's actually smarter than me. He actually dropped out of high school and got his GED. He went to go join the Marine Corps, and he couldn't get in because he had his GED. And they're like, well, you need to complete. I think he needed to complete. Gosh dang, I don't know if it was like 20 credit hours at a community college or something like that before they considered him. And the guy's actually smarter than me. He scored a higher score, and he has that. I think he was like, I think he scored like a 93. I only scored 70. And I'm just like you, Mike. I failed math. Like I failed my math classes in high school. I think a lot of it is the failings on the teachers, because, like I said, if the teachers could teach the math in such a way that it could be used in a practical application at that time, I think I would have applied myself. But the problem is like Gil was saying, they just thrown on for 8 hours and they're just teaching this stuff, and it's just like
straight from.
I'm just like I'd rather be somewhere else. I'm just sitting in class. I'm daydreaming.
Exactly.
And like I said,
that's not how I learn. I'm like a tactile learner. If you said, here's a piece of machinery, Mike, you've never seen before, stand with me for an hour and I'm going to show you around it and keep doing it and stuff like that.
Yep.
I would nail that, no problems. If you give me on that same piece of machinery and gave me a year to study it, then stood me in front of the machine, I'd be worse off than if I'd have just stood with you for an hour learning by doing.
Yeah. And actually, and I'm not going to be like, oh, I don't want any book work whatsoever. I think book work is still necessary. It's one of those things where it's like, okay, you got the machine right here. You're showing me how it works, but you also have the book right there. Here's the book. Here's how here's what you reference in the book.
Here to this.
And
here to this.
like I said, a little bit of And I think a lot of it has to do with the education system, because they, like Gil was saying, it's a one size fits all type system. It's like, that's not how that works. I would have never, I don't think I would have ever been in special education ever in my entire life. Because I kid you not, basically from kindergarten all the way up until I got to my freshman year of high school, I was in special education. I'm not kidding you. I don't think I would have been in special education had I been taught differently.
Yeah.
But they, again, it's just they teach compliance, and like I said, that's unfortunate because, like I said, a lot of people end up failing.
And
like I said,
it's sad that the system has put this on the teachers as well. Because
Right.
over here, it's like the state education is a national curriculum, and teachers get into teaching. And I have had some great teachers in the past. My science teacher was awesome.
Yep.
Everything was practical. Everything was actually, instead of talking about this, we're going to get up, we're going to go out the classroom, we're going to go at the forest, I'm going to show you the leaves, and you're going to get hold of them, and you're going to see.
Right.
That was brilliant. But now they are forced to do it a certain way. I got banned from parents' evenings because I argued with a teacher because I showed my daughter how to do a maths equation simpler and quicker to get to the same answer than the way they were teaching her. And she got it straight away. But they failed her based on she hadn't done it the way they said. And I was arguing, it's math. If she gets to the right answer, who cares about the journey? It's correct.
Yeah. Well, some comments in the side chat here about why we had the thing is why we had machine classes or wood classes. Simple. Those that go through shop classes and wood, like wood and metalworking and stuff like now. Right now, if we had those that are graduating those classes, they're finally bringing back, are getting better jobs. Here's what's going on. The blue collar trades are experiencing a shortage of qualified workers. Mm-hmm. Those that have gone on to college have this big mounting debt of, for college fees and stuff, getting degrees that are totally useless.
Yeah, like
and
me.
All they can do is get a job at Burger King, like my son-in-law. Whereas my nephews,
you didn't sound bitter there at all. Just saying.
like my nephews, though, who I helped raise with my brother, we taught them, all about woodworking, metalworking, welding, auto mechanics and stuff. They did not go to college. They went straight into the trades. Jeffy too, my son's or Jeffy Jr. Went to work straight out of high school for Mountain Cascade. In 3 years, he was a foreman on a job.
Yeah.
4 years later, he was a superintendent. They tried. Some guy went to college and stuff and got all his degrees. Came in. Oh yeah, I could be a superintendent. I got all this. They tried him out, fired the guy in 1 week because the guy didn't know jack shit. Pardon my language.
The degrees are very rarely an avenue to a job because people want to study the interesting stuff at university. My mate studied geology. He's now a bus driver with a geology degree because there's very few actual jobs because there's so many candidates for very limited jobs. And my old boss was a business analyst. His degree was in English, nothing to do with what he was doing. Yeah, it's just you need a degree in this country to get past. Here's my
you were talking about this a few weeks ago, and you're talking about you need at least a 2-year degree or something like that to be a police officer now or something ridiculous.
4-year degree now. 4-year degree.
I put a video out basically saying you have to have A levels, which are like so we have school, then sixth form and college, and then university. Yeah. And you have to have A levels at like college level to get into the police force. Yeah. Doesn't matter if you're 4'6" and you couldn't punch your way out of a wet paper bag. As long as you're educated enough, you can be on our police force. And you just, without trying to discriminate in any way, everyone should have the equal rights to do this. But if you're in the middle of a violent situation, and the police car pulls up and 2 5-foot young girls get out, what are they going to do to stop these 10 lads brawling in the middle of the street?
You're not talking about those 2 female police officers that got manhandled and the one that, you know, had her face all bloody, are you?
Yeah, well, no, that's a good case scenario. Back in the 80s, to get in the police, you had to be a minimum height. You had to hit these physical standards.
You had to be able to
still
go through
have some of them,
a PT
reduced.
test.
Yeah, but they still have them, but they're much reduced. It's like 5.4 on the bleep test, which most people could walk, you know.
Interesting thing is on the suit, my one nephew Jeffy too went into it. His younger brother Joseph went straight into as a laborer, became an operating engineer in the field. Then he left that company and went to work for the East Bay Municipal Utility District. We just call it East Bay Mud, and went over there as an inspector. Most inspectors went through 4 years of college and some others training. He came in from the field, knew more than the college dudes did, and knew the math, everything from working, actually doing it in the field. And he's making more than the college guys were, and he has 0 college debt.
Listen, the only thing the generations not got, which other generations have, I think, en masse, is a lack of a work ethic. There is a serious lack of a work ethic.
Yep. Yeah, it's the same over here.
I came out of school thinking my life and career path was going to go a certain way. That all came tumbling down on me. But I have a work ethic, and I did every terrible job you could possibly think of on the way up to building a career. And it can be done, but literally I'm trying to instill that into my kids, but I don't know what they're learning at school, what they're learning at college, what they're learning elsewhere, but it's just not getting through. They just don't seem to have that work ethic, and you can see it. Any of you guys can see it. Go to your local burger joint or chicken place, and it's no longer really good service because they just all feel like they're entitled to a job.
Yep. Yeah, like I said, oh gosh, dang, what the hell is that guy's name on Daily Wire? He's talked about this. He's brought up how everybody here, like mostly talking about from the American point of view, how we're all okay with mediocrity now.
Yeah. It's just
or just slop.
Standards. If Ray Kroc could see the standards of McDonald's in the UK, he'd turn over in his grave.
When I went to school, hang on, I'm just cutting a message on the chat on my side here. I went to college, administration of justice. My minor was in drama because I liked working the theaters. I'm talking stage, back, as a technician stuff and everything else.
Yeah.
There we go. I only switched. Actually, originally my first year was drama. I switched to administration of justice. I learned more for life in work from my minor in drama, working about electricity, wiring, how lighting works, and stuff like that. But after I got my degree, my AA in administration of justice, I put myself through the academy, went to work for the sheriff's department. Back then, the sheriff's department was making like $15.75 an hour. My younger brother comes to me and goes, "Hey, you used to hear me complaining about how poorly paid the police were at family function." He goes, "Hey, I got a job for you. It's making $65 an hour. You get to play in the dirt and play with big pieces of iron."
Sold.
I went to work for Mountain Cascade, became an operating engineer. I ran dozers, excavators, track loaders, mini cranes, paddle wheels, excavators. I mean, all that stuff.
See, that's the kind of phone call or conversation somebody needs to have with me. Anybody watching in the chat, if you've got a job like that on offer, give me a call. I'm a good hard worker.
Yeah, but the reason,
like I
I
said,
got
that's something I've been wanting to get into too. But man, I tell you what, it pisses me off. It's like kind of goes back to what we were saying, but you know, these companies, they don't want to cross train, or they don't want to hire. They don't want to hire without. Like I said, this gets to be a little bit of a different conversation. They don't. And this is part of the reason why I'm stuck with that stupid college debt after going to line school to be a lineman. You know, nobody wants to hire from without. They only want to hire from within. And it's like, if you're not in, you're not getting hired. Yeah. The other issue that I have too, again, I guess this kind of goes back to the whole corporate mindset. You know, we don't want to train people thinking outside the box. We want compliance. And it's like, I expressed numerous times with previous employers, hey, I want to get cross-trained on how to operate forklifts. I want to get cross-trained on how to operate heavy equipment, because, you know, one of the complaints is we're lacking guys that know how to operate heavy equipment. And it's like, it'd be nice to have that, so that way you guys got an extra guy and I'm not sitting around waiting, you know, because like, I drive trucks, you know, I've got a CDL. I've still got my CDL. I still drive commercial trucks. So probably still driving commercial trucks until either A, my med card doesn't get renewed, or B, you know, like I said, I get into an accident or I get hurt and I can't drive trucks no more. I'll probably be driving trucks the rest of my life. But no, the way it is like, oh, you know, we really want you to just be a driver. And it's like, are you kidding me? I could be a lot more than just a driver if you just give me a chance. Well, it's just like the whole lineman thing, you know, it really pisses me off. It's like, I really got burned on that line school thing. I'm never going to let that go. Like, I am so angry, you know, because I'd spent $16,000 of my own savings and went into $15,000 worth of credit card debt just to go to school, you know, thinking, oh, I'm going to get this really nice paying job at the end of this, and nobody will hire me. It's like I'm barred from the industry.
It's madness. And people do that with everything over here, with getting into university debt and stuff like that, dreaming of a job that's not there. Or there's other ones where there's companies.
There's jobs. There's jobs out there for, like I said, for utility linemen, for utility industry. There's jobs out there. They're just not hiring you. They're just not hiring you. And it just absolutely grinds my gears. You know, it's just like they were talking about. Yeah, you know, the biggest complaint is like, the average lineman is 54 years of age, and he ain't getting any younger. You know, over here in the U.S., the average age of the average lineman is 54 years of age, and they're not getting any younger. And there's a shortage of linemen. I think it's something like, when you have like 120,000 or 125,000 linemen across the nation, and we got a lot of utility lines that are old that need to be replaced. And, you know, and this is just to keep up with what we've already got. Never mind, you know, new construction utility lines. You know, we need to maintain the existing infrastructure, the existing transmission lines, existing distribution lines, but they're not hiring. And that was one of the things that got on my nerves with my mom. She just kept showing me different utility jobs. Oh, they're hiring. It's like, I have applied for all of these companies in this area. Excel Energy, I have put in more than a dozen applications with Excel Energy alone. They are not calling me back. They're not hiring me. And I told her, listen, I'm not interested anymore. I don't care anymore, because they've shown me the door. They show me that they're not interested in me. How do I take interest in a company that don't take interest in me? And I told her, they're not interested in hiring me as a utility worker. So like I said, I'm not working in the utility industry in any capacity, not as a guy that works at the power generation portion, not as the substation tenant, not as a groundman, and that groundman's the pre-apprentice to the lineman apprentice, not as a lineman apprentice, not as a lineman, not even as a damn meter reader. They don't want me. And like I said, so I have to change gears. So like I said, that's why I've been talking about Alaska Nice Road Trucking, because, like I said, trucking industry is just not paying very well. And like I said, they like Gil says, they're complaining about, oh, there's a shortage of blue collar. Well, you need to start paying these blue collar workers what they're actually worth, and there actually is a shortage.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, if it's an underpaid industry, there's no enticement to go into it in the first place.
Yeah.
One of the things that got me into...
Everyone could just leave school and make millions on the internet, but now anyway, right? That's the way to do it.
except that ChatGPT and AI is going to take all those jobs away from them.
Yeah, I'm one of those jobs it's going to take.
Yeah. So the reason my brother was able to get me the job working with the construction company was because as a teenager, my dad taught me to run a articulating loader in Fredonia, Arizona, because that's what they had out at the dump. Taught me how to run the moto blade because that's what they had for plowing the snow off the street. I learned how to run farm tractors and stuff, so I knew, I knew equipment already. And when he was talking to the owner, when I went and talked to the owner, he goes, "Have you ever rode this?" I told him I did this. I did this. I've had 8 years experience running a farm tractor. And he goes, "A farm tractor, boy, you're hired."
There you go.
I mean, as a kid, I learned how to do this as a skill, as a kid, as a youth, which is what today's topic's about, and that's what got me that job, making $65 an hour.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's the skills we teach our kids now needs to be, you need to keep some of the trades, like plumbing. If you can teach them about plumbing, how to do drains and stuff. Yeah, if they get when they get out of high school and they do some stuff, and maybe even during their senior years of high school, find a small privately owned plumbing company and say, "Hey, he wants to work for you for $5 an hour, well below minimum wage type thing, for the summer as a as an intern, as a gopher."
Yeah,
and if you can do that between sophomore and junior and senior year, and you put your heart into it, you may find out as soon as you graduate, okay, we'll bring you on as as a full-time gopher, and then we'll send you to the apprentice school. We'll get you into the apprentice school, and then we'll teach you more stuff. And it usually takes about, I've seen several of the guys talking about this, it takes them 5 to 7 years to become a fully licensed plumber working for someone else. And then they start making the money. They're making a little bit of money along, and whatever they spend on side schooling is pittance.
But
all of a sudden they start making it, and now, they're 5 or 6 years in, and they're starting to make the good money. Whereas their friends from high school went to college, has $200,000 in college debt, and after 4 years they got their degree. Oh, and they actually got a good paying job, but they got all this debt they're going to be paying off for the next 20 years.
But we know this, and our generation knows this, and your generation knows this. This generation wants to come out of university with a piece of paper and be given the manager's job at a top firm instantly, earn all the money, do very little work, and live some sort of philanthropist lifestyle.
Mm-hmm.
It's not realistic.
No,
and then because of the way the internet is now, because they see people have been successful in a certain way, they think, I can do that. Mr. Beast has just a video's just gone public that he made when he was 17 saying, "Dear future me." And he was saying, I hope you'd have 1 million subscribers by now and stuff like that. And obviously he's on 54 million. That literally just reaffirms every single kid who comes out of school going, I'm going to be a YouTube millionaire. I'm going to be a YouTuber. I'm going to do all this. Because so many kids still think they can be successful at it. Trust me, it's not easy.
I agree. It's not easy. It's tough. Hard work.
1 out of 10,000 have some moderate level of success. And then, one of even less makes it like Mr. Beast. But it's what's interesting is some of these guys talking about it, and they're on year 10. Now they have their own truck. They have apprentices working for them, and they're making more money than their friends that went to the college and got all these degrees and stuff, and they don't have the overhead. And the guy says, "Oh, I got this car." He goes, "Yeah, I'm still driving this beat up Toyota Corolla, but my truck's paid for, my house is paid for, this is paid for. I got all these tools, everything's paid for. I have no debt."
Yeah.
It's like I say, there's a serious lack. If one thing we can teach our kids at home, whether it's chores, whether it's cooking, whether it's prepping, whether it's woodwork, whatever it is, make sure that comes with instilling a work ethic into them. Because that is what they are not doing in any of the education system. There is no work ethic that's being instilled into them. I'm watching every child, like my oldest is 22, my youngest is 2. There's a few in between, and I'm watching each one of them go through the school system. And where the education system varies, it's still lacking a massive part of it.
Yeah. There's I'm going to pick on my son-in-law again. Well, when he was saying, asking if he could marry Megan and stuff, and he's like, I have a great work ethic. Well, his idea of a great work ethic would get him fired at any company I work for. He does not have a work ethic. A lot of people these days do not know what work ethic is. Well, I show up for my job. Well, it's more than that.
It's more than that. I agree.
What's sad though is like there's a lot of people. I think there's a saying out there, like, if you just get up to show up for your job, you'll beat out like 70% of the comp, which is sad. They won't even roll out of bed.
Yeah. I was trying to instill into my oldest son that, because he kind of messed up his exams and stuff like that, despite me grilling him. But he's been applying for jobs, and he gets a job, and then 2 days later he's not at the job anymore because he didn't like it, or it wasn't this, or it wasn't quite that. And I keep trying to get through to him. You're not going to get your ideal job. You've got to have a work ethic. You've got to go in. You've got to be enthusiastic, even if you friggin' hate it, because that's how you become the supervisor. That's how you become the manager. That's how you build your way up. You've got to look more than if they're not successful in a week or two, they're not interested. Watch new YouTube channels. Just watch them. If they don't hit 1,000 subscribers in the first 3 or 4 months, oh, I'm quitting. It's a con. YouTube's out to get me. Nobody likes me. No, it's just you got to graft, mate. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
It took me 11 years just to get to 1,000.
Exactly. And it's a labor of love, right?
Yeah. It
took me some time to reach 1,001K myself. So
yeah. My dad was at the same. My actual dad, blood dad, was at the same jobs from 16-year-old to 60. Right, same company, changed names multiple times. He was a tool maker for ThyssenKrupp and Talents and all of that, and he was like a clerk of the works before he retired. And people will say, "Oh yeah, you've been there and you've got to this, yeah." But I was doing the same crap for like 10 years. You've got to have a work ethic and put up with that crap to then step up.
Yeah. There's some of the people that do things, they go in there, and this is the bad part. They go in there, they put in the effort and stuff like that. But the problem is they got the person above them is one of these know-nothing college graduates who got a manager position because he had a 4-year degree, and he sees everybody that's coming up below him that is showing better skills and stuff as a threat.
Yeah. And they sabotage.
Yes. Now, what's good when you come up with a good person above you, you're one of the good people below him, he's going to try to train you to replace him so he can move up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob.
And that's one of the things. If you get into that line of people training people below to push everybody else up, and you follow that, that's where the work ethic comes in good, because it's going to be, you're going to get moved to the head of the line. And when the person above you can go for his job interview, he goes, hey, I already trained my replacement to come up behind me here. He's already up to speed. So if you promote me, you're not going to have a hole here trying to bring someone new in.
But how does that work when the generation that's going into the roles that at the bottom level think they're entitled to everything with zero work ethic? The person at McDonald's that doesn't even smile and say thank you anymore as they hand you the food or chuck you the food, or seem like it's an inconvenience when you ask for a straw and stuff like that. I've got some terrible jobs, but if my job was to fold boxes for 8 hours a day to fit B&Q bathrooms in, stack them up, I was the most enthusiastic box folder in there. Yeah, this is great. Look, I beat my record in that first hour. They just don't have it anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the other issue is, like I said, the nepotism too. You also have nepotism. That's been my bane of my existence. It's freaking nepotism. Why I can't get a lot of jobs is nepotism. It's not what you know. It's who you know. And it's like a lot of these people who just get these jobs with zero effort. It's just given to them because their dad or their dad's friend or their uncle or whoever. And then, like I said, that kind of contributes to the lack of quality and the lack of effort, is because, I didn't have to work real hard to get this job.
Yeah.
There's a detachment.
My grandfather, when I was a kid, he told me and my brother, he gave us 3 different words, just 3. And that says everything. The first, being time, work hard, be loyal.
Yeah.
If you follow those 3 words, you will go far.
Yeah.
It may take you a while, but you'll go far. That's one of the things is, like what we're talking about is teaching youth these skills. So the ones that are already out there that think, I'm entitled to it. We need to teach the younger generation coming up now, the alphas. No, you're not entitled to anything. You need to teach them like the boomers and Gen X were taught. No, you got to work for it. You're not entitled to anything except a rap in the mouth when you mouth off. That's the only thing you're entitled to. You're muted.
Is that what they've called the new generation?
Yeah, alpha.
That's ironic alpha. When there's 0 alpha males in that generation because there's no testosterone left.
Oh, hey, my grandkids have all the testosterone. Yeah, they are transplanted boomers. I mean, they're out there like we were. It's like, crashing bicycles in the walls, trying to jump skateboard over a car, climbing a tree with, that have no business being in just because I'm going to be Tarzan. I can do it. But, the thing is, we need to teach the next generation coming up here, hey, you're not entitled to anything. The only thing you're entitled to is to put yourself out there to work hard.
Welcome to the participation trophy generation.
Yeah, that started up with the millennials in America. I don't know how it started in England, but
yeah. I apologize to you, Mike, for the participation award being sent over there from here.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It is.
Competitiveness breeds that work ethic we're talking about.
Yeah.
You lose every race at school. That's not the spellings of a mental health problem. That's somebody who's going to leave school determined to do better. Determined to look back on them classmates and have a step up on them. Yeah? If everyone gets a trophy, even one-legged Jim who hopped the wrong way down the field, then who's learning anything?
Yeah.
Sorry, anyone that's got one leg called Jim. That was just a random thing I thought of.
There, what did it say in novels and stuff? This no resemblance to any person, realistic or whatever. Yeah. anyways, the thing is for teaching the youth. We talked about the home skills, cooking, doing your chores, learning to iron, learning to sew, learning to clear drains, learning
Discipline.
to garden, learning all the the hands-on blue-collar chores. If they if we can teach them those before they graduate high school and have a respect for those, that generation may go, why should I go to college and get and earn a degree that I may not get a job for when I can start being going into a trade as an apprentice and learning that trade now? I'll be earning money while I learn rather than spending money while I learn.
I'm love him or hate him. Don't want to get into politics with anyone, but Charlie Kirk says college is a scam, and the way he spoke about it, you can tell why he said that.
I agree with him.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah, there are very few courses being taught in college that you can use guaranteed in real life.
Oh, there's none. Even the ones that are useful, you end up getting a job doing something else.
Well, I don't know, the community college there in California there that my daughter went to and my son went to, they had a great electrical program there, and a lot of the people that graduated the electrical program went into the electricians union.
So yeah, I figure your community college is a bit like our trade school colleges we had. So
it's the same thing.
Yeah, in Bolton, where I was, I went to college. I went to college one day a week, and it was a college that was purely for trades. There was plumbing areas, woodwork, electricians, everything, all under one big college. And I did a day there every week, and then 4 days on site for 2 years. Yeah. What did they do 3 years ago? Flattened it. No longer exists. There is no trade college in that area at all anymore. But there's 3 universities.
Yeah, the community college system here, at least in California stuff, is more than that. So to give you an example, Diablo Valley College. They had the IT building for computers and stuff. They had the ET for engineering technologies. They had building H was humanities. They had liberal arts section. They had, they had a lot of other, what I call frou-frou classes. They had an entire drama department and one of the fanciest stage set up, which I really loved. I learned a lot there. I used elsewhere. I didn't go to the acting part. I did the behind the scenes, the being a techie, and then there was the arts department where you learn all sorts of cool things, which can be used for some people if they know how to apply it into businesses. But for the most part, there was a community college. I would say out of the 20 buildings there, departments, 3 of them helped you out into getting real jobs, and the rest of them weren't. They gave you 2 years to apply to your 4-year degree when you transfer to University of California at for Stanford, or University of California, Berkeley, or UCLA, or something like that. And it's like, But my oldest son, who's on the spectrum, has Asperger's, and he wanted to do graphic design. And he went through, got his degree and stuff, and then he went through some job interviews. And because he's on the spectrum, he doesn't like the way they were acting. He goes, "No, I thought this would be fun. These guys are goofballs. I don't want to work with them at all." He got a job at Walmart. He's happy there. He pays rent. He has income. His checking account is loaded with money because he works all the time. He hardly ever gets sick. Mm-hmm. But he's got a blue collar job stocking shelves, and he takes pride in it, and he's worth ethic in it, and they respect him. When anytime there's an opening for overtime there at that Walmart, he's one of the first guys picked.
Exactly. Yeah. This is what I was trying to get through to my son. but it just wasn't sinking in at all.
Yeah. So and he knows he works during the graveyard shift when there's hardly anybody there, so he's not having to interact with the public, and he's able to get stuff done. But it's like I'm trying to work with my grandsons here, trying to get them involved in developing some sort of work ethic and trying to get them to exercise. And I got the
don't say exercise on a pepper stream. We'll empty the room.
Well, hey, the sofa survivalist ain't here. The big fat dude sitting on his couch, so we don't have to worry about it. But I try to get Danny and Oliver, and they'll get on the Gazelle and they'll work out on the Gazelle. They'll work out on the treadmill. They want to start using my weight bench, and so I'm going to have to let them start using the weight bench. If that what encourages them to go out there and work out and get themselves stronger and stuff.
Yeah, definitely.
It's one of those things that it just the changing times. It's not the same as when Bob and I grew up. It was a totally different generation, different learning thing.
French Foreign Legion, Gil. Put them in the French Foreign Legion. They'll straighten right up.
Yeah.
My grandsons are still in elementary school, okay? But I'm trying to avoid that. But my youngest son. I mean, he's making money. He's building up his supply of tools. He's money's burning a hole in his pocket, but it's not on booze or anything else like that. It's on tools, because his goal, he wants to be able to go to work as a plumber or electrician, and he wants to have all the tools ready. So when he goes to a company, he's not having to borrow anybody else's tools. Then he go, oh, this guy's ready to go. He's had time doing this, working for White Magic Restorations or for this other restoration company. He's been volunteering at the State Railroad Museum, working on equipment. So he has a plan.
Busted.
That he wants to do.
You've been busted by Mark.
No, I'm not talking about you, Matt Chick Akers. I'm talking about your evil twin. Well, he's not actually a twin. He doesn't look anything like you. He weighs about 300 pounds more than you. Mark, how's that ramp coming? You got it set up for your dog yet? But yeah, some of the things I get my grandsons excited about. I play them some of the videos on these guys out doing workouts and stuff, and you see these guys working. These other guys come in. Like the guys on the treadmill just kind of jogging there. This other guy gets on there, picks up this 20 or 50 pound weight and gets on the treadmill, and he's running forward, turns on, he's running backwards like he's got a...
I've seen him. He's in like a Marine uniform, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, no, there's some of it. This is the one guy is African-American. The other guy's there's one that's Hispanic, and there's one white guy in there.
It's the Hispanic one I've seen, yeah.
And they're doing the backflips and everything else out there. They're taking the weight bars, and they're tossing the weight bars to each other and catching. They go back and do a sit-up, come back up, and they toss. The other guy catches it, does a sit-up. My grandson sees that, and they're like, wow, we want to do that. Go, hey, you got to get on the treadmill.
You got to sit them down saying, this is stupid. You don't do this like this. This is not how we exercise.
But you got to exercise and get the muscles first before you can do that. That's taking you've exercised to this point. Those guys are taking it to this point. They had to work years to get here.
Here's a question to the room then. Obviously, the topic is teaching youth home skills. I've got a challenge. How do you teach common sense?
It's like it's either you get it, you got it, or you don't, or you learn it or you don't. It's just like it's not really something that's taught.
Mm-hmm. There is a way to teach it. I'm trying to remember the TV sitcom that Stacey Keach was in as the father. and the kid was playing around with the electrical socket, and the mother goes, "Oh dear, don't do it." And he goes, "Oh shh," and he goes to the kid, "Go ahead, and all of a sudden, you're not going to do that again, are you? He taught common sense. You don't play with electricity unless you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I was going to say, for me, I had an older sister, and younger brother and I, we got to learn what not to do as far as like, not listening to mom and dad. Like, don't be stealing mom's and dad's car in the middle of the night when you're 15 years old and only on a learner's permit and going joyriding with your friend.
Yeah. Yeah. Mark put up there. Pain is a great teacher.
I would recommend, if you got a kid who's screwed up, you're going to go steal mom and dad's car. When they get caught, let them suffer the consequences.
Yep, that was what my parents were going to do. They were going to sit and they were going to.
If you're in pain and you're in agony, or if you're in a jail cell, hey, how's it feel? I'm outside here doing what I want to because you're a fucking idiot and you're being held accountable for and responsible for your actions. If you start with them early enough, yeah, your friends are out doing what they want. They're doing their video games while you're locked up because you fucked up. That's one of the best things you can do for a kid. Yeah. Let them be locked up. Yeah. I had a nephew who did that. And
I'll be right back. I got grandkids.
After he got arrested a couple of times, after my nephew got arrested a couple of times,
yeah,
I disowned him. Said, dude, I can't have you around me. You're a fucking criminal. I'm done with you.
Yeah. But there's parents, as the generations have come through here, I don't know if it's the same over there, but they've got softer because they're getting more and more restricted. Like, there's no cane at school anymore. There's no discipline. There's no physical discipline. You can't discipline your own kids physically and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. I'm all for protecting kids and not abusing stuff like that. But if I did something wrong, I got a clip around the hero. I've had a bar of soap put in my mouth once off my grandma for swearing. I've never sweared. I'm 41. I still don't swear in front of my mother because of them things.
Yeah.
Never did me any harm.
Yep.
And another thing I was thinking about, teaching your kid to show respect for the elders.
Yep.
That is something that is basically gone these days.
Yeah, but it's do you know what? And I've noticed this directly. Okay, I can literally relate to this directly because my son that turns 11 in 3 days' time, he's got this attitude coming back now, and he doesn't know where that boundary is, and it's literally mimicking what he's watching on YouTube. So he's been taught respect from a very early age, and his younger brother still is. But he's started to that influence has become more of an influence than me, his mother, or the school. What the hell are you supposed to fight that with?
Good question.
Turn it off.
I was going to say limit the screen time.
He's with me for 1 weekend out of 2. So what can I do?
Okay, I got you, Mike. I got it. Yeah.
Well, in an ideal world, you would cut the internet off for him.
Oh yeah, my stepdad walked into my room when I was a kid and cut the plug off my console and my TV. That's how we got punished. At one point it was like, all right, so it's not like I've unplugged it and I could get away with it quietly. He literally came in with a pair of scissors and went ding ding. There you go.
Yeah, Mike, I went through similar thing. I'm divorced, all that. I was up against the same situation for years, and when once again, it goes back to let the kids suffer their own consequences. Yeah. If you turn into a fat marshmallow by playing video games, which is what my sons were doing. Okay. Well, I'm so fat. Yeah. It's because you're a lazy ass. Because you don't do anything. You're lazy. You're sitting in front of your console. And I remember, the ex-wife, Bob, buy them an Xbox for when they come visit at your house. No.
Forget that.
Oh, along that line. So here's something that will work. We have a Wii. The grandkids want to watch it. They don't get to play normal games. They got to get up on the Wii activity island where they are running in place, or whether they are trying to bowl, or what they're having to move things. So we got the program that they use in the old folks home to get them up and active.
Yeah. I avoided anything internet as much as possible.
Yeah.
What I did was when I had maintenance to do on the house and repairs, you're going to help me do this. But I'm tired. Get it. I'm not a good parent. I just don't have patience for bullshit.
I know,
You know?
but that's the way it should be. That's the right way. The problem you've got is also you've got a woke world. I'm not even going to say country. I'm going to say world that has changed. Now you can't have pit girls on the Formula One. Now all these adverts for underwear have to have somebody that is 10 plus sizes, and we have to celebrate that you're a fat marshmallow playing your games. And we have to say, that's wonderful.
Yeah, cut it off, man.
It goes back to what I was talking about, is the mediocrity. We're okay with mediocrity.
Yeah.
Like, in some regards, mediocrity is okay, but in everything, no. Like, when I say mediocrity, I don't mean it in like, and I don't mean it 100% in a negative connotation, but I'm just saying, like, it's, like I said, if you at least cheap, or at least try to get the one thing to cover, cover your bases as far as like the preps go. Like I said, when I'm saying mediocrity, I'm going to talk about the preps side. There's some guys out there like, oh, just save up until you can actually afford, like a really nice chest rig or a really nice a plate carrier with the level 4 ceramics. It's like, I can't afford that. I still can't afford that. I say it's okay to step down on the quality on that and go mediocrity and just go with a cheap steel plate carrier and, steel plates. Okay. That's okay, because at least you got body armor. But like I said, in everything though, like I said, we've grown accustomed to accepting slop in everything. I'm done. I don't have anything else to add to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, I understand what you're going through, because you've got the ex-wife at home telling your children how terrible you are, to make them work when they come over to your house. And
oh yeah,
dude, here we go. I had 2 kids. I will pay you $20 to cut the grass in the front yard. I mean, dude, it was a 15-minute freaking job. And I will pay you $20. This was a long time ago, to help me bracket up something to dry towels out on the deck.
Yeah.
Okay. There's your responsibility. Here's your tools. I will help you build this. Here is your job. You know where the lawnmower is and you know how to use it. And he, 1 or 2, and oh, I'm sweaty. Well, his brother worked with me, learn how to measure, drill holes, etc., how to drill the correct size holes, drive in screws. Okay, the job's done. Here's your 20. And then here's little puff boy. Oh, and I said, well, your brother's already on the way to the market, and he's going to go buy whatever he wants because he finished the job.
Yeah.
You didn't.
Well, that's not fair.
Yeah.
It goes back to the whole participation trophy generation.
That's what I heard, yeah.
Dios, it's one for you here. So I got one of the plates from Temu.
Oh.
Okay. So
I wasn't aware they had plates.
It took a while to get here, right? But Brian, Scottish Prepper 73, has got a video of his channel. It took Magnum rounds. It took 2 rounds. Everything apart from one certain round, like an armor piercing one. Everything else, it took it. Everything that's going to be standard that people are going to be carrying, it didn't go through. And they're less than £20. So just shouting out for you, it might be worth it in the short term.
and that's like I said, that's where mediocrity is okay. Like
Test
at
it.
least I would rather have a cheap plate carrier or cheap body armor than to not have any body armor at all.
Yeah.
And
Good
at least
point.
over here in America, I can't speak on behalf of you guys over there in the UK, but at least in America, we're able to have a second coming civil war. The biggest threat as far as like, gun violence is concerned, you're going to be going up against handguns. So like those plates, they will thankfully stop not just the handguns, they'll stop shotgun blasts all the way up to, in most cases, 308 and I think 30-06.
Yeah. So I mean that's it. Let's be fair. If you don't want to be in that situation, full stop. You're less likely to be in the UK anyway. But for the sake of that, for the sake of £20, I thought
It'll stop knives.
Yeah. It'll stop more than my jacket would.
It'll stop the old meat mittens too. If someone gives you a punch in one of those, he's gonna go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the way it is in the UK, I may as well just go and get a medieval suit of armor and just walk around in that. That's probably the best bet.
When the cops come, say, I'm on my way to a live action role playing.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm defending the crown. I'm on my way to the...
It's just a bit of a nightmare when you've got to go to a public toilet.
Yeah. You need to take that armor off.
Well, that's when you go high tech like Tony Stark, and you get from the astronauts. You get them the self-contained panty stuff that processes everything and wear it under your armor.
Yeah, then AI will take over me and with teaching youth. Look at me, back to subject, aren't I good? When or do you teach them world events and current affairs, or do you shield them from that?
I say teach them as a...
You don't shield them at all. If they see it on the news and they ask, then you talk to them when they ask.
Yeah.
If there's certain things going on that you feel are important and they need to know, you sit them down and you explain it to them, and you get them to repeat it back to you so you know that they understood it.
Mm-hmm.
But things going on in the world. What's going on with Ukraine? You sit down and you explain it to them. You say, some people, some people want to do this, some people want that, some people want to be bullies and take over these other people. And you explain it that way. It's not ways they
explain in a language they'll understand.
Exactly.
Yeah, the big red tiger will bully that little donkey.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're teaching in schools now, but I've mentioned it on stream before that my 7 at the time, 7-year-old started crying once after school, and it was because he was worried about World War III. And I tried to get it out of him, like, who said this? As a teacher said something, stuff like that. But he wasn't for giving it up. So I don't know what the teaching regarding that. But I was just wondering what your guys' thoughts were on actively educating
stuff like that. If they hear something at home first before they hear it in school, teach them about it. Say, yeah, people talk about that. Some people get totally panicked and freaked out because they don't understand it. And make sure he or she knows that the people that are getting panicked don't understand it. And you say, that's why we prep, because we never know when an emergency is going to happen. But we're prepared. We can deal with it. We're prepared. And I'm prepared. I can deal with it. Okay. Yes, Dad, I got it.
I agree with that. If they're old enough to ask, tell them the truth.
Yep.
Yeah.
Period. Because the sex ed stuff, I got in trouble by my ex-wife. How dare you, blah, blah, blah. I said, because he asked.
Yeah.
I told him the truth. That's how it works. I didn't back down. I didn't back down raising my kids. I'd get the ex would call me up and, you make them work when they go over. Yeah, we built a project together. I taught them how to use a steel ruler, how to assemble, how to think ahead, draw a situation what we want to make that will benefit all of us. I didn't back down from that
Yeah.
creep
One of
that I married.
my ex-wife, like, so the older kids, when they lived with her, because my son came to live with me in the end, but when they lived with her, she rang me at one point, Bob, and said,
Yeah.
"Can you shout at your son because he's done this?" I'm like, "No, I will not discipline him and punish him over the phone for something you should be controlling in your household."
Exactly.
Yeah.
Good answer.
Mark
She
of
did
a
that.
mark
She
of a good
wanted to
parent
be
right
the
there.
good guy, send him to my house at a weekend, and I had to punish him for the weekend. I'm like, not a chance. He comes to mine, he's respectful,
Yep.
he does as he's told, he helps me out around the house. He's not gonna get punished for that.
No,
And best
he
advice I
should
can
get
give to you, Mike,
rewarded for it.
with best advice I can give to you with visitation and all that, because that calling from the ex-wife will increase over the years, and she'll keep doing it to try to manipulate you to do something to get you into trouble. Okay? You know what? No, not cooperating. Click, hang up the phone.
Yeah.
Don't discuss it. Don't give them any ammunition to use against you later, because they will. They will.
Oh yeah.
I
I know.
say it's happening at your house. You're the parent. You deal with it. I deal with the discipline when they come to my house. Don't say
There you go.
punishment. Say discipline.
Yeah.
Well, I give her the, well, if you can't handle him, he can live with me.
There you go.
So that was instantly rebutted with, "Oh, of course I can." So, all right, okay, fair enough. 2 months later, he moved in with me.
Yep. Good enough. Yeah, I would say just pretty much.
Hey, Tempas, good to see
I know
you,
that
man.
many young people, not my generation, or Gil and I are in the same generation. We're basically boomers.
Yeah.
Younger people are completely and absolutely internet addicted. Completely addicted. They can't not think without tapping it into their phone.
It's a lot of, I would say a lot of Gen Z, like, yeah, some millennial, but like mostly a lot of Gen Z and Gen Alpha especially, because you got to think a lot of those the age demographics, their entire life the internet's always existed. Gen Alpha, for most part, smartphones have always been in existence. Like I said, I'm a millennial. I'm like the middle millennial. I'm not like the older millennial like Mike is, but middle millennial. The internet didn't come into existence until 4 years after I was born. So, and even then, I didn't have access to the internet until about the time I got into high school.
Yeah, it's a strong addiction as well, because my son's come here and we have a stack of board games. Obviously, it's a good prep. And we play one every weekend, at least one game. On one of the nights, we have a board game. And every single week, the older son's like, "Oh, do I have to?" And he's got his phone in his hand. He's like, oh. And he enjoys it. We make him do it. And then 10 minutes in, he's really enjoying it. And then the next week, he's back to the same thing. Yeah. "Oh, do I have to?"
Yeah.
on
the generation thing, real quick. So generation Alpha is 2010 to 2024. Generation Beta is 24 to 39.
I didn't even know there was new ones.
I thought Gen Beta wasn't going to be in until the next 2 more years.
No, they're doing them 14-year increments now.
Oh, okay.
Here's an example of what I did. All right. My son wanted to go out shooting.
Yep.
He left a camera on in his car and his battery was dead. So he came to me, "Dad, can you jumpstart my car?" Okay. This was in the last place we lived. So we get to his car and he's searching his phone how to open the hood on his car. And I just reached over and he's got his hand like this. And I said, "Put that in your pocket. I will teach you." No choice. Put it away. You don't need your phone. We're going to get through this with these. Okay. Yeah. So I taught him how to open the hood on his car and I taught him how to jumpstart a car. But I made sure that he put this in his pocket before we began.
Yeah.
You're not going to sit there and scroll and surf while I'm doing this. No. You're going to participate, because if you want the reward of being able to go out target shooting, you're going to have to learn this first.
Yeah.
I must admit that is one really good thing. It's sort of related in this country that they implemented, which they never used to do. Part of your driving test, you have to be able to open the hood, identify where you fill your oil and your water and stuff like that.
Yeah, they don't do that
It
here.
only came in not so long ago, but it's a great addition because the amount of people that just never go under there.
I was going to say, hey Bob, you realize you did you taught your son delayed gratification.
Yeah.
There
was
you're right. You're right. Because I physically showed him how to do something, not pull up.
Yeah, well, you told him put the phone away. Okay,
Yeah.
you want to do this, you got to do this. Delayed gratification. There you go.
Yeah.
There was a video out there. This one girl is filming her girlfriend, and her girlfriend's going off. I don't need a man. Blah 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 blah. And they pulled in the gas station. I can fuel my car. Pops the hood. I can add water to my radiator. She opens the oil cap and pours water
Yeah. Yep, I've seen that. I've seen videos like that.
And then the girlfriend posts another video the next day. The car is at the mechanic shop, and the guy opens that water is just coming out of the oil pan.
Yeah, I've seen videos like that where like I said, they did the same thing. Put their coolant. They put their windshield washer fluid, like everything, all into either the crankcase on the engine block, or they poured it straight into the gas tank, and it's like, oh no.
I mean, are your cars that different from ours? You open it,
No,
it literally says oil on the fucking cap.
No longer says oil. No longer says oil. It has this funky little
symbol
of dripping coming out of it. Oh, that's water. No, that's oil.
What? So the words are too complicated. We've gone to hieroglyphics. Is that
yeah. Some cars, yes. Some cars, yes. Some cars they still say oil on it, and some have both.
Because they're trying to be friendly for those who refuse to learn the English language.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, you come to this country, then the official language of this country is English, even though it's a little twisted from the UK.
Do you know what? It's not even that, Gil. If I bought a German car, I'd learn what the German word for oil was, just in case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
But they make these things on the cars because they don't want to offend future customers. So they put. First time I saw one, it was like, what the heck is that supposed to be? And it's like, that could be an oil can. That could be a transmission oil can.
Are we talking like one of the old 3-in-1
like
oil
that.
cans with a spout looks
Right,
like a genie
right,
lamp?
with a spout.
It looks like Aladdin's lamp. Looks like Aladdin's
this generation
lamp.
would have never seen one of them in their life.
Yeah.
They wouldn't know what it was anyway. They would look at that and think it was Aladdin's lamp. They've never oiled a door for it in their life, most of this generation.
You see that freaking raccoon on the side chat? That goddamn raccoon. Send them to the auto parts store for blinker fluid.
Or a tube of elbow grease.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on here.
3 feet of flight line.
All right. Share.
A long weight and a glass hammer. That was the one when I was a joinery apprentice. Or go and get some tartan paint. That was the other one.
Tartan paint?
Yeah, tartan paint.
All right. I Google search oil can symbols. This one here is going to really screw someone up. That was that's water. Or that could be transmission oil. That's red. That's transmission oil. I know transmission oil is red.
I mean, that last one was even more confusing because it was. That last one was even more confusing because it was on a little ocean. What is that? An ocean? Does oil have waves in it now?
Yeah. I mean, just look.
It's tidal oil. Oh, it's tidal oil. I see.
Well, some of them say oil on them, but others don't. They just have the
it's tidal oil from the Exxon Valdez accident.
That type of tidal. Okay, yeah. but it's like, what the heck? Some of them will say engine oil, but it's like, it's like people, and they couldn't even tell. What's SAE? I don't know what that is.
Okay, anyone with kids right now, find a picture of that symbol. And this week, your homework for Shadow Scout Swede's live is to show it to your children and ask them if they know what that is. Even if they know what the picture is supposed to be.
Except Gil doesn't like homework for his kids.
Well, that's not homework. That's not schoolwork assigned to the home. That's housework assigned to the house. But even worse than this is you used to say, like, check engine, oil, temperature. Now they don't say what they are. They just have these funky things. And you got this, is that the brake pressure or is that tire pressure?
That's so you go to the garage and spend a frigging fortune on diagnostics. That's what that's all about. My mate had an old Saxo once, and his airbag light was on, and they wanted a fortune to fix it. And he said, I'm going to take it to sell this car. I need to get rid of this airbag light. I said, not a problem. I can fix it. He came back half an hour later, no airbag light. And it was an old school dashboard. I'd just pulled the back off and yanked the bulb out. So the faulty airbag light went off.
There's car, home skills, car, how to air up the tire, how to check the tire pressure. Because those ones, like my new Murano here has, it shows the air pressure is, and it shows different pressures for the different tires. Like the left front is always showing a pound or two heavier, higher than the others. But I go out there with my good, expensive pressure gauge. They're all exactly the same, but the car's sensor says they're different. So, but you need to have how to change the oil, how to change the oil, how to change the oil filter, how to fill it, how to check the level to make sure it's right, how to park the car on a level when you're checking the level, how to do the transmission fluid.
But you're punished for all that now as well. This is what people got to realize. You're punished for all that. So I used to have a diesel Zafira, which is like a 7-seater. I did everything myself. Every 6 months, I did the service on the vehicle. I could drop the oil out the sump, do everything, flush it, do, the whole lot. I'd do it myself. Because I did it myself, I didn't get little stamps from a garage in my book. So when I went to sell it, I lost nearly $1,000 in value because I didn't have little stamps in a book saying a garage had done it for me.
Well, that's what like the owner's manuals here used to have a thing in the back, oil changes, and had date and oil you used, the amount, stuff, and the filter change. And so you would fill it out as you went, did everything. And if you keep the receipts for the oil and the receipts for the oil filters, you say, here's they are, here's the dates, they match.
Yeah.
So you got to make sure you cover things.
When I was 8 years old, my dad, he couldn't change tires on the car. It was me and my brother who changed the tires on the car.
Nice.
Yeah, and we had to do it alone.
Yep.
The only dad did was to check the nuts if they were tightened enough.
There also is a situation like with me currently. Okay, I got a son who's 29 and he's still living at home. Okay, do you understand what I'm talking about, guys? 29, still living at home. And he had a surgery recently, and I said, well, during your recovery time, I'm going to get some rooting hormone, and I'm going to teach you how to grow plants and teach you some gardening. Oh, no, I'm going to be too busy going through physical therapy. And here's my situation. Okay. You know what I have tried, and this is the same guy. I had to take the phone out of his hand to teach him how to jumpstart his car. This is the same guy. I'm at that point now. It's like, okay, reap your own reward.
Hmm.
Do you understand what I mean? You've
Yep.
learned nothing. You are worth nothing. You are on your own. And I've been here to try to teach you everything I possibly can. And it's always turn around and walk away. Mommy's little spoon-fed baby boy. Reap your own reward. You'll see what I'm talking about later on.
Yeah.
I mean,
Reap your own
they will
reward. Sloth.
they will learn the hard way. We as parents, we want them to learn the easy way, and we try to give them the easy way, but some of them refuse.
But sometimes you can't.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I saw a little reel last night. It was funnier than heck. The mother's walking out there with the daughter, telling her, this, watch out, you're going to walk into something. I'm not going to walk into anything. Oh, bam, right into a board sticking out of the back of a truck at like Home Depot. The girl was on her phone. Mother tried to warn her. Bam, right into it.
Don't that still gives me nightmares. I used to commute up into the top of Lancashire. It's very hilly as you go through. Every town is like down and up hills all the way. And there was a crossroads. There was a main road that I was on, but there was heavy traffic, and then there was a side road. And I watched a childminder, like from a nursery with a nursery logo jumper on, holding a pram, doing something on a phone. Suddenly decided needed two hands for this phone. Like let go. I watched this pushchair roll out into traffic. Literally because of something on the phone. And luckily, traffic was slow enough, and the guy in the Range Rover slammed on and blared his horn. But just that's somebody who's in charge of somebody else's kid.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people just, that's another work ethic thing. They're, just daily life ethic.
We don't know, Marty. It's gone. It's got lost in the abyss. Bloody kids is the topic. It should be called Bloody Kids. That's what it should be called.
Yeah, I just, if you try and try and try, like with my son, I've tried so many times to teach him something, but he is completely video game addicted and he will not leave his bedroom. I'm at the point where it's like, you had your chance.
Yeah.
I tried to teach you so many different things, but you will not leave the bedroom, and your mommy allowed it. So,
and every part of you wants to. Every part of you doesn't want to give up on them, but you can only go so far.
You can only go so far, and I'm at that point now, Mike. I'm at that point. It's like, okay, we got in conflict with the wife the other night because he did something stupid. Which requires surgery, which means he's crippled right now. It's all self-inflicted. And I'm in conflict with my wife because that's her spoon-fed baby boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I want you to be clear on this. Spoon-fed baby boy is not going to move back to the Philippines with us. He's not going to. Because I will not have somebody living on my couch for the rest of his fucking life. He can stay here in the States and go on welfare and wave goodbye.
Yeah.
He's at that point. He did something to cripple himself intentionally that he planned ahead for years. He planned ahead for this. And I'm like, you did this to yourself. I have no sympathy. I will help you. I will not let you starve. I will not do you harm. But there is no more empathy or sympathy for you.
I mean, you justified that in any way, Bob, because if he moved over there with you and touch wood, God forbid something happened to you, he would not survive out there.
No. And he wouldn't know what to do. He'd go back to his video game while I'm laying on the floor having a fucking heart attack. He would.
Or a stroke.
Yeah. He would. Yeah. Because he doesn't know reality. I mean, the wife and I are in conflict right now because she says, I will not forsake my children. I'm not asking you to forsake them. we'll put him on welfare before we go overseas because you and I are done raising kids.
Yeah, tough love. It requires it at some point. It has to be tough love, and if
Yeah.
that's making them go to prison for a month to scare them straight, if that is cutting all finance off, whatever it has to be, if you've tried the nice way, you can only go so far.
Yeah.
I would say it's a lack of discipline and self-discipline.
What it is it's internet video game addiction.
Yeah,
That's the driving force right there. If you're living 100% on YouTube, whatever, you're making a mistake because you've got to be physically active and do something.
And the other part of that, Bob, is they're learning bad things from those videos because they think they're so cool. And people are getting away with crap. They go, oh, I want to do that too. I'm going to get away with crap. And so they see stupid things and they do stupid things and they just,
Well, they're also learning it from us, watching us. I've already been out doing stuff out in town and getting some things done around the house. But if you haven't done that and your kids are watching you sit on a panel all day, all night, you're just as bad as they are. Period, guys.
Yeah.
You are. You are just as bad as they are. You're teaching them sloth. You're teaching them how not to be involved in doing anything. We know that we've got to teach them to be able to put shit down and walk away from it and do something in reality.
Exactly, yeah. The little things, like I say, they have a board game every time they come here. Doesn't sound like much, but it separates all that screen time. It forces conversation, family time, and math
and
skills.
Physical movement, physically thinking, strategy, all that. Yeah, that's very good, Mike. I like that. Yep. But if you're just watching you going on YouTube doing lives all day, all night, you're not helping your kids. You're hindering them. Because they're going to follow your example.
My grandsons rarely come over when I'm on, but as soon as I'm off, all right, you can send the grandkids over. And then it's like I said, I got the gazelle in there. I try to get them on. I get on the exercise bike, try to get them working on the treadmill and stuff. Sometimes they'll come over on their own. Can I get on the treadmill? Daniel will come over and he'll run for 20 minutes on the treadmill. Then Oliver's getting mad as soon as Danny's off. How long was Danny on? 20 minutes. I want to do more.
Yeah. This is what I think we have as a group, especially here right now. We make content based on stuff we do, stuff we physically do, right? And we moderate that, and it's moderated with real life. I think what you're on about, Bob, is somebody who sits there, puts Call of Duty on and streams all day and all night and stuff like that, and literally is detached from reality in that sense.
Yeah, and you can tell by the language.
I don't have time to be on YouTube full time. I don't have that time. In that, I have work. I have other interests I need to maintain. So I can't be on YouTube. Of course, I'm on YouTube a lot, but I do other things as well.
Yeah, moderation. That's all it is. Yeah, it's all it is self-moderation, and they don't have it anymore. They be in the bonnet. I'm on this game. I have to play it forever. This is how I'm going to make my living. This is how I'm going to make millions. It doesn't happen like that, but they just are sucked into it.
Yeah, they get sucked into it. They get addicted. But I'll give you a perfect example. If you want to watch a movie, it's called #Alive. It's a zombie movie from Korea. Okay. Two main characters.
I've seen that. That's a decent play.
You know what the whole driving force behind that movie was internet addiction. Did you notice that? The young man, he's totally video game addicted, and he had done nothing his whole life but sit in front of a screen. That's all he's ever done.
What's it
and
called?
The young lady
#Alive.
#Alive. The young lady across the
was out there camping and outdoorsy. Yep, I've seen that.
Yep, that's a perfect example. And the young man in there was mommy's spoon-fed baby boy. That's why his little sister hugged him and said, "Hi, cry baby," because that's all he does is internet games. #Alive. It'll show you right. He was starving to death. He was starving to death because his mom left him money on the kitchen counter. Go get food, but he couldn't put down the video game. And you could tell that's all he's done his entire life is video game. Young lady across the courtyard, she's ready.
Yeah.
You got to watch that movie. I really recommend you watch that movie.
Reminds me of another movie I watched on, I believe it was on YouTube. I don't remember what the movie was, but I remember one thing from that movie. There was a young couple, and the man, he sat on his computer all the time to do some coding or some things like that. Or no, he wrote novels on his computer, and he'd just sit there all from early morning, all evening, all night, and then it went around. And what he did, and his beautiful lady said, "Hey, we need food." Do you know what he said? "You go out and get some food among all the zombies." A wonderful idea. So she had to do all the work, and after a while, she got really pissed on him because he just sat on his computer, in front of his computer, and wrote his stupid novels, considering her opinion.
Every zombie series and zombie film ever, when they're 28 days later, but when they're slow moving zombies, and you think, how did these people die? How did they get bitten? How did they not pay attention? This is how. This is how we're got. Most of them would have had heads in the phone when they got bitten.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got my YouTube right here, but if you notice, even while we're talking, I'm making the elements to make soil for my garden. I'm
do you know what I'm doing?
Yeah,
at
I
the
was
moment, Bob?
cooking up dinner while we were chatting.
So at the moment, I'm in the middle of 48 hours without power or heating. There's my tent in the front room with the blankets on the floor. Candles everywhere, torches. That's why I've got a head torch here, and a power bank. And then all my food's getting cooked on the gas stove in here, and the rocket stove thing there, and literally living 48 hours with no electric, no heating, anything like that.
Okay, so the videos you've been doing there, they've been legit. I thought you just shut the lights off and you're doing an experiment without power. So this actually is like you actually did have a blackout.
It's off at the breakers. She's going to kill me because we've lost some of the food in the freezer by now. But yeah, it's doing it properly. So I found holes in my own preps already. So it's successful as far as I'm concerned. The videos might not get many views, but it's pointed out things that I need to change.
What do you need to change?
Entertainment, for one. I need to think about that on a more solo level. We've got lots of board games, but you don't want to spend all the time with each other. So thinking like more books, I need a bigger library and things like that. I need to change the wind-up radio I've got. Was from Amazon. It's great, but you wind it for ages, and if you've got the volume on, it lasts about 10 minutes. So I need to reassess that. And basically, organization is the other thing. One thing I've noticed, which you really don't know, is it's to flick a light on, because I can't find where I've just put this torch, or I can't find where I've just put this vape, is such a thing you take for granted. So tripping over things and organization is key. So that's the lesson so far, but there's other ones as well. But I've definitely learned a lot in the first. What are we on now? What time is it? So I've been going 28 hours, 30 hours now. We're at 30 hours. And I've already learned loads of lessons. I've got notepads. I'm taking notes. My
There
preps
you
are going
go.
to change so much.
Good man. Good man. Take notes. You bet.
Yeah, but
I do the same thing.
I'm ditching my barrels is one of the lessons I've learned. So do you know, I've got the big, huge, like 25-litre blue barrels. That's what's got my pasta and stuff in and rice. Now, the practicality of them to open them up, get a serving of pasta out, close them back up and stuff, are not as good. And now I've ordered 25-litre food buckets to split them levels of portions down. So I can go to the prepper pantry, get a bucket of pasta and leave it in the kitchen, and that will do me for a few days, rather than having to go back into this huge thing. So there's lots of lessons, and this is why you test stuff.
Yeah, well, like I said, this is why I like my water storage. Like I've had people tell me so many times, like, if you just get an IBC tote, that would get all your water storage cover and more. It's like, yeah, but it's not mobile. Like I know some people that I like Gil. I'm not ragging on Gil. It's just I've had people in the YouTube comment section just get an IBC tote, get a bigger container, you get more water storage for your volume. It's like yeah, for less money. It's like I agree with that, but I prefer mobility as far as like being able to pick these up and move them into the kitchen.
Yeah, so I've got a varied amount of water and stuff like that, and I've not touched hardly any of it. I filled the bath as soon as the power went out to the brim. I've been using, because the water's off as well, so I've been using the bath to flush the toilet via a bucket and stuff like that. But to be honest, I've not opened a single bottle of water yet. My Berkey filter, I've got halfway through that. That is it. So I'm using a lot less water than I thought I would. And I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I've washed the pans that I cooked with. I even did a bit of laundry in a tub to show people how I do manual laundry. So I'm using water, but the calculations online are a bit overestimated as far as I'm concerned for that. So, and another lesson is this power bank. See, 81%. Yeah, that was at 85% 26 hours ago. It's charged my phone 3 times. It's charged batteries, everything. If you're not plugging a TV or a fridge freezer into it, this thing is an absolute beast. Yeah, and it's the cool thing is I even had it on last night as the light, because it's got a light built in. Whoop, there you go. So I put that behind me last night while I was reading my book, and so it was there for a good 2 hours, and I could leave that on all the time now, and it'll stay at 81%. So it's probably the best power bank I've ever used. So yeah, lots of lessons.
You should get some luminous tape and put on where you have your chargers, your power banks and things, so you can.
I've labeled all my boxes and stuff. So, like,
no, he's talking about tape that glows in the dark. That's what he's talking about. The luminous tape stuff that glows in the dark, so you can find it.
So my battery box has these white stickers on. They're not necessarily glow in the dark, but because it's a black box, as soon as I shine a torch over there, it lights up that bit.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Reflective.
Yeah, that's what I did with all my stuff. Red and white reflective tape on all of it, so that I can see it instantly with a cell phone light. Yeah.
So what I'm going to be looking into is more mobile storage. Now, I don't want to walk around with a full set of webbing on, right? I don't want to keep having to go back to boxes and finding everything. So what I want now is convenient storage in different places. So I can pull a drawer out in the front room. It's got loads of sections. It's at least got one torch, one of this, one of that. So because that's the thing I've had, because I'm living in this area to stay warm. I'm staying in one room.
Yep.
It's very quickly it'll start to get overwhelmed with stuff and lanterns and coffee mug and you know what I mean. So it's organization on the fly is what I'm going to be assessing after it as well.
Yep, very good, very good. That's what I did when we had the riots here in 2020. I sat there at the kitchen table tying up waxed fire starters and took notes. And as soon as it was all over and everything went back to normal, I started making improvements. Boom, 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 one at a time. Yeah.
I've literally got deliveries coming Monday because of everything. I keep going, oh, actually, if I did it this way.
Yeah.
So you can think you're the most prepped, organized person in the world. You've followed all the best YouTubers, etc.
Yep.
Till you put yourself in that situation, you don't know if it's going to work for you.
Right.
Like
Yeah.
I would have hated, like Brian's always mentioning the Delta 2s, the huge power banks that can power your fridge.
Yeah.
That would have been a nightmare. This, look at it. I can carry it. I can take it to the back door and plug it into the solar panels, put a bit of charge in. I can move it around with me. I can put it into every room. I'm not carrying this giant thing round. So
Right on.
Too heavy
Yeah.
to carry around.
Yeah.
yeah.
There's a time and place for the stuff that's bigger. Again, going back to the IBC totes and all that stuff. There's a time and place for that stuff.
Definitely.
But I do value mobility as far, mobility, portability, and again, going back to the IBC totes, like if we're talking like, I know, like, so this is like everybody's prepping dreams, wet dream. We go to, the situation where, like, say it's permanent grid down. I don't want to be, it's not only do I not want to be doing this, but I don't even know how the hell I would do it. How the crap am I going to take that big ass IBC tote over to the nearby creek to fill it up? Like, the logistics on that would be a nightmare. Just carrying it empty, and then once it's full, you need a damn forklift to load it.
Yeah.
And you need a trailer or a pickup truck for it.
Yeah.
Well,
I was just going to mention a forklift. You'd have to have a forklift with an IBC tote.
Yeah.
I would like to say I'd probably go down the route of smaller things, but the barrels that I'm on about replacing, obviously, waste not, want not. I'm going to drill the top, and they're going to be extra water butts that are going to live in the garden. Because the water butts in the garden, you can just pump out and let it fill, and you're filtering afterwards, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't really have to move, technically.
Yeah. What I did, I made a video of it on my channel, is I made a wooden frame. I've got my water stored in 5-gallon water containers. They're clean water containers. And my wife and my daughter are both very petite. So I made a wooden frame to slip it into the top handle, and the two girls can pair up and pick up that 5-gallon bucket and move it anywhere they want to. You know? Yeah. Mobility is important. You bet.
Yeah.
Your own physical ability has to come into it as well, Bob, right? Because I could fill these barrels now and lift them through the house. What's to say I could still lift them through the house in 5 years' time or 10 years' time?
Yeah, that's what I'm going through right now, Mike.
Yeah,
I'm aging, and give you an example of how aging does affect you. Is that when we moved into this house, I bought the cheapest lawnmower possible. It's electric and it plugs into a cord.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the first year was great. The second year was getting a little bit more challenging because I'm 62 years old. And now I just finally received and unboxed and assembled a self-propelled electric rechargeable lawnmower. That's because of my aging, and my physical ability is being diminished every day. It's just a fact. And that's a big topic. You have to work that into your preps, especially since both my wife and my daughter are Asian and they're tiny. They're really tiny, So,
and they don't have the strength to lift 25 kilo of water.
That's right.
It's impossible. I can do it, but for how long, I don't know. I'm 54. I'm 54, and soon I'm in your age, Bob, and I might not be able to lift 25 kilo of water.
Let's be fair.
I'm the youngest guy out of this whole panel. I worry about, what if I injure myself, because I've been injured before. It doesn't even necessarily have to be you're getting old. You accidents happen. You injure yourself, man. Everybody in this panel knows how much it sucks to have limited mobility or not have the full use of a limb.
Yep. I was literally just about to say that, because in the past I've thrown a bag over my shoulder and it's put my back out. Yeah, I've also lifted massive heavy weights and I've been fine. So the littlest thing can put you out of action. So you need to prep for everyone in your household. And what Bob's on about with the lawnmower is a good example because he uses it regular, so he's noticed that. But if you as a prepper sat at home have sorted your water
A sofa survivalist.
If you're a sofa survivalist at home and you've sorted all your preps out into big heavy containers and you manage to lift them when you put them in there, don't think in 10 years time when it all hits the fan that you're still going to have that ability. You need to move them regularly. You need to test that. You need to keep trying and adapt.
What you're doing now, Mike, is worth doing. Make a note of it, and when you get done with everything, make a video and share it out. This is what happened. This is the problem. This is the solution. This is the problem. This is the solution. Yeah.
And the other thing
that's kind of valuable information.
The other thing that comes with age is
more candles.
The risk to get injured increases by age.
Yes.
And the problem is when you get injured, it takes much longer for you to recover from that.
To heal.
Yeah.
Yep. That's why I've got so many sources of light for my house, the solar lights, the lanterns, and flashlights, all that, because at my age, if I take a fall, I could break my wrist right in the middle of power failure and everything going sideways. Now what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Now what am I going to do? Yeah. Lighting is so important. But
the candles was an interesting lesson as well, because I've got like dinner candles as well, like the tall dinner candles, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I know people aren't fans of that, but I had 2 of them lit in here last night, and the heat kicking off them was more than 6 pillar candles.
Yeah.
If you want it for the warmth, they kick out more heat for some reason than all of these pillar candles put together. They burn quicker, they go through them quicker, but it took the chill off really quickly.
Now, here's a thing that I found out through practical application. Those dinner candles, those suckers have a tendency to fall over, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Don't leave those unattended ever, even for a minute, because they'll fall over in a heartbeat. So what I did with all of mine that I gathered up is I melted them down and got my own molds, and I made them all into pillar candles.
Yeah.
Because I had one of them fall over. Fortunately, it went out when it hit the tabletop, but it's like, holy crap, man, that could have started a fire so fast. But
see, like this, you put stuff down and then it's gone.
Yeah.
But one of the things as well, so there's the pillar candle. So I got a decent, let me get into some light so you can see it. I got a decent holder for it. And I taped the bottom so it was a tight fit in the bottom. So around the bottom you can't see, but there's tape in that, so it's wedged and it's fit. But I only use these to take the chill off, because like you say, I didn't want to leave this at any point unattended. So I get what you're saying, but I need to rethink my heating situation, definitely. Quick, it's only 7 degrees Celsius outside. In here was 19 last night. Today, right now it's 11 degrees C inside here. Yeah. So I'm not sure what the Fahrenheit.
A lot of heat.
Yeah, quickly. And it goes so quick without any form of heating and stuff like that. Even if I put the gas burner on, it's momentarily and it drops out. So I definitely need to think the heating situation as one thing that I've wrote down. Because at that rate, I would go through candles like no tomorrow. I've got 6 pillar candles burning there. If I had to have that every single night, how long am I candle? I thought I had a lot of candles. They won't be locked for long.
I agree.
Whoop.
And then my tripod's broken, so that doesn't help.
As I say, you could take those. You can take those dinner table candles and shove those into like, well, I guess you said you guys don't have Crisco. You can shove it into some Crisco, some sort of vegetable shortening, and make a longer lasting burning candle.
Or a little tub of lard or tallow.
Yep. Yeah, beef tallow.
I mean, I've got
tallow, sorry.
I've got a little ethanol fire that you can use inside, but I've not found the need to break that out right now. Again, layers. I've got 3 pairs of socks on. That's done the job. What's that? I have my heat turned up a bit right now, just in case power goes out tomorrow during this snow apocalypse. So, yeah, that's hitting a lot of your places, isn't it?
Well, speaking of snow apocalypse, that's why I'm not at work today, guys. Texas is in a state of emergency right now. Even though we've got maybe 1 or 2 inches of snow that's accumulated on the ground, and it's not so much the snow; it's the ice. We're getting ice storms. That ice is actually what's got me concerned. It's the ice, but I can't do my job right now because the warehouse where I deliver to they've shut down for the winter.
There was a YouTuber in Texas that was saying like stores are selling out of generators and stuff.
Oh,
like that.
Yeah, I'm not kidding you. I kid you. Oh man, I should have done a video on that. It was something else, man. I'd never seen anything like it. Waters, like bottled waters, completely cleared out at one of the Walmarts, just gone. Meat section decimated. Most of the cheeses in the dairy section decimated. All the propane, everything, like propane bottles, propane stoves. Well, there were some propane stoves, propane heaters, gone, just gone. And then when the last location I seen that was still selling propane was Ace Hardware. And of course, I don't like buying propane over at Ace Hardware because they mark their crap up. You know, for me to buy 4 bottles of propane, it cost me like $28 at Ace Hardware, whereas Walmart usually has like a 4-pack of the Coleman's propane for like $18 and change. Well, went over there, you know, I bought some the night before, and I went back and was like, I was going to go buy some more. They were gone, just gone. Same with all the home improvement stores. They didn't have any propane. The Love's Truck Stop, they did propane exchanges. They exchanged cylinders. They were out of all of their propane exchanges. So I was able to top off one of my 20-pound propane tanks over there because they had they also refill propane too.
Make sure you keep some money to one side, because in about a week's time, when it's all passed and these people who went out and panic bought 10 things of the crap they didn't know they needed suddenly think it'll never happen again and sell them on Facebook Marketplace for next to nothing.
Yep. Yeah, that's what gets me. You know, they had, you know, several years ago was so bad for Texas, the snow apocalypse 1.0. And, you know, they were same thing. They were sold out of everything. People that got generators were selling. Well, why are you selling it? Keep it for the next one. There's going to be another one. Oh, we're having the other one right now. I bet nobody learns for the next one.
No, it will never happen again, Gil. It will never happen. Just like the pandemic, just like the snow apocalypse, just like everything happens throughout history for all of us.
Well, it's just like those people you were talking about over there on the East Coast that experience hurricane season on a regular basis. Yeah. They end up throwing away all the plywood they just got done buying. It's like you said, label it, cut it to size, label it for each window for which side of the house, and just store it away. So you ain't having to rush out and go buy more plywood before the next freaking hurricane rolls through.
Yeah. Well, the difference between it is us and people like that is we expect we might have to use it at some point, and they always see the short term. If I sell this now, I can get $100 on Facebook. I can put that towards 2 new video games.
Yeah. Or a big old bottle of booze, or some, a bag of weed or something, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's short-sightedness, and they're not using their hindsight either. There's, you know,
they don't have any.
and that gets back to the topic. That's why we need to train the next generation growing up, whether it's your kids or your grandkids, train them, give them, try to infuse them with some common sense by letting them, injure themselves and start using their brain going, oh, wait a minute, there's consequences for doing things. And, teaching them how to clean the gutters on the house, how to put, plywood up over the windows, how to use a saw, how to use a drill.
Can we say try to teach them instead of teach them? Because some kids are unteachable.
Yeah.
I'm just
going to say, growing up as a kid, I was fortunate enough to have an unruly older sibling that I could learn from what not to do. Like, I love learning from other people's mistakes, because then I don't actually have to firsthand experience the pain and the trouble that they're dealing with. I just get to, watch the consequences of their actions. Like, okay, I know not to do that.
Yeah. But yeah, if someone says, you have a problem teaching somebody, that's where my dad would say that's where the cattle prod comes in.
Honestly, so when my oldest son did eventually leave home and move out, he moved into a flat, had nothing, was waiting on money, paycheck to paycheck kind of thing. So the first time I turned up to his see his flat and stuff like that, I had 3 big bags full of pasta, rice, tinned foods, sauces, seasonings. Basically a month's worth of food if you were a prepper and you were frugal. 4 days later, he sent me a text message saying, "Dad, can you send me £10 with no food in?" And I was like, "What about all the stuff I got you?" "No, I just meant because we wanted to get a pizza." I'm like, "No, go fucking make something." Honestly, it's starved to death with a full cupboard, that lad.
Sorry, I don't mean, but it is funny.
Well, yes, it is. It is. You've got to laugh because you can only try and teach them. Like I say, some people don't want to. They want to learn. They want to learn that hard way, Dior. Some people.
And Kaylin has a good point, actually. Teach kid how to repurpose items as well.
What was that? Sorry.
Kaylin's
teach kids how to repurpose.
Yeah. I mean, I was the younger of 2 brothers, so repurpose was my middle name. If it wasn't a hand-me-down, I wasn't wearing it.
Yeah, that's how I grew up too, Mike. I was the youngest of 3, and I grew up on hand-me-down clothes. Just fact, Yep.
That's the way. That's the way to do it. Yeah,
if you can repurpose it, you do it. If you can't, throw it away.
I think I want preppers to start getting more in that mentality. Over here during the war, it was a make, do, and mend kind of. That was the motto. Right. And I'm trying to get into that now. So even the missus has started sewing and stuff. Like, there's a hole in them trousers. Instead of throwing them away and driving off down to the store and buying a new pair, let's stitch them. And we've started doing that. But I think a lot more people need to do that. If nothing else, to help combat the cost of living, guys.
if that is possible to mend them, just do it.
Yeah.
And
as long as it's possible. If you can't do it, you can cut those pants in pieces and use them for other things, like create a pouch or whatever you want.
So put your hand up, even in the chat, if as a kid you managed to walk the bottom off your trousers so your mum cut the legs off and suddenly you had shorts.
Yes, sir.
Exactly.
Yep. Yes, sir.
We always wore out
for short pants. Yep.
We always wore out the knee, so we had patches on. When the patches fell off, more patches got put on.
Yep.
All right, Shadow, I'm sharing some pictures for those that are asking about what's going on down in the southern states here. Yeah, this is 3 hours ago. This one was reported, showing one. This was yesterday, another store. 2 days ago. That store.
Crap.
Yeah. Yesterday. No, this was an hour ago. in one of the stores. The ice is going away. Ice melt's going away. Go back to this one again. But you can see these are 23 hours ago, 2 days ago, a day ago. Yeah, this is on a YouTube video.
How is this possible, Gil? Because we've already.
I will tell you. I would be glad to tell you how this is possible.
No, because we've already discussed that stores have these magic stocks that never go away, and they've got years and years of food. We discussed this already.
Yeah, but they don't have.
I blame Donald Trump. I blame Donald Trump.
I'm with Bob on that one.
Here's what's going wrong. See, the people that are lazy and don't want to work aren't moving the supplies from the warehouse to the store, which is right across the street. They're too lazy to move the supplies, and everybody's going out and buying 6 months worth of supplies for a 1 week storm.
How much propane can you get on food stamps?
I don't know.
Sorry.
But yeah, it's what's going on. People did not learn the last time, and they are just totally, yeah.
Hey, just found my flag. This is my give me a green card flag.
There you go. Yep.
I'm just trying to figure out where they're going to fit the 51st star.
He's trolling. You know he is.
Oh, don't worry. It's already designed to fit one with the 51st, 52nd, 53rd, and 54th.
Can the 53rd? Can the 53rd not be a star? Just a tiny little Union Jack.
It was like.
Well, I'd rather have Britain come in as another state. Hell yeah! You guys are creative, smart people, man. Yeah.
Actually,
guys,
it's a little crown. It's a little crown.
Oh.
Yeah, he's trolling about
that.
Okay, the way it works, like all the bases that we used to have in the UK and in Germany and other places, the land still belongs to the home country, but we pay a lease to use the land. We build the military base, and then when the contract is up and we leave all the facilities there. It's yours. Have it. It's yours. So what I believe he's doing now is looking for new locations for the Space Force, because they're the scope dopes. They sit there and they watch all the missile launches all around the world at all times. He's trying to negotiate it down to a more reasonable lease for the land. I think that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's a real estate guy. He knows what he's doing with real estate, man. That's what he's done.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. I hope he was trying to conquer the world just so he can get rid of our government. That's what I was kind of hoping.
That's why he keeps saying he's going to buy Greenland, not take it over.
That's right.
Buy Greenland.
As soon as he buys the UK, I will get my American papers and I will be moving state very quickly.
There you go. Yeah, you've been here. You know the difference, Mike. You've seen it.
Can I kick his butt?
Yeah, I think he's just trolling to get a better real estate deal. Get a better lease price on the land that we need for more radar installations. And that'll help you guys in Britain out. Because Ireland is your wide open back door. I heard you guys talking about that the other day. It's wide open. Ireland has no Air Force, no Navy. It's just a stepping stone right into Britain.
Their entire military is based around civil unrest. So they've got troops that they could deploy to the streets if they need to. And they know it.
Ireland has what? 500,000 drunks. It's
the same.
They don't call them a fighting Irish for no reason.
The problem is, it's the same as the UK has been for years, where the military's been neglected and there's no incentive The
Yeah.
salary's not an incentive. The life's not an incentive. The fact if you do something, your own government will throw you under the frickin' bus and not defend
It's
you.
the same. It's the same way over here in the States. It's the same way over here. I got to see firsthand what happens.
Yeah. And yeah, we've all got homeless veterans on the streets. It doesn't really fill you with confidence if you're going for a military career, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grumpy has a point. If Mike, if we take over Great Britain, UK, that means you can own guns.
Yeah.
I'm
Unless it ends up being
saving
like
now.
Puerto Rico, unless they end up being like Puerto Rico, because Puerto Rico, they got very strict gun laws in Puerto Rico.
Like I say, it doesn't matter, because as soon as they say we're part of it, I can move interstate without any sort of green cards or anything. So I'll go.
Yeah.
I will go to the state where I can blow up a cow with a bazooka, not because I want to do it, just because I can.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, if we absorbed the UK in some way, is your freedom of speech. You would never hear anybody getting their front door kicked in because of a TikTok video.
Yeah.
Facebook post.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or a YouTube video. Yeah.
I'm waiting. This is how I test my metal fronted door, by posting more and more dangerous videos in the UK.
Yeah.
But goddamn it, Mike, I will never learn how to drink tea. I'm going to drink coffee. I'm not going to do that British tea thing. No, I'm not drinking tea.
You just listen. Once you've had it prepared properly, a good cup of tea before you go to bed. Coffee's like, you can't have a coffee just before bed, right? Tea you can.
Yeah.
Tea you can.
I was going to tell Mike, if the U.S. annexed the U.K., you guys better get used to drinking some sun tea.
Sun
tea. Yeah, sun tea and southern sweet tea. Mm-hmm.
I want to try it. Do you know what? It's the one thing I didn't try when I was over there. I'm just want white gravy over here on Luby's fried chicken. I'll be happy with that.
Yeah.
But we have all. I'm in a city now, on the edge of a city. So literally we have. I found out we had a Baskin Robbins the other day. We've got Popeye's chicken here. But
shit!
For somebody who has had it in the States, you guys would be deeply offended if you ate it over here. It's like, let's take this brilliant idea, shrink it down 3 sizes, use the shittest ingredients possible, and send it with a delivery guy so it ends up cold. There you go.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, we're not absorbing you guys. It's over. It's over. It's done. We're not absorbing you guys.
Unless it's the ice cream. That's the only thing that doesn't arrive cold. That fucking arrives warm because they put it in the same bag with chicken.
Yeah, Mike. My ancestors haven't had tea since we threw it off the boat in Boston Harbor.
Listen, you want to cut your nose off to spite your face. You want to cut your listen. When I do move states, I'll be riding through in a red coat. You'll spot me. A pipe dream.
Yeah.
And you got to teach all the young kids about this stuff too, so they understand what we're laughing about.
Yeah, I mean, the irony of this country at the moment is if Russia took over, we'd still have better freedom of speech.
Yeah, it is
ironic. You are right. You are right.
That's scary, right? That's very scary thought.
It is. I've never heard anyone put it into words, but you're right.
Yeah. With
the crazy red tiger in the top.
What's that?
Crazy red tiger. The guy name begins with P.
All right, yeah.
He's the big red tiger. The crazy one.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go. So that's how we do restaurants over here. Last year, I had Taco Bell and had to call paramedics because I was really
Oh,
sick.
it happens here all the time.
Yeah.
You talk about here. You better have a bottle of Pepto Bismol and have a toilet with a seatbelt on it. You're gonna be strapping down.
Yeah, it's KFC's the equivalent of the best chicken here, and that has given me food poisoning, and I've never touched it since.
Yeah.
But yeah, I went in. It was
KFC over here could be hit and miss.
Yeah, well, it was called. I don't know if you know it, Dios. It was the restaurant I went to in Texas was called Luby's. I don't know how big they are, but this was 20 years ago now.
Yeah, I might have heard of them, but like I said, I've never been to one.
It's almost like a canteen style. You've got your tray, you go through, you point, and you stick it on a plate, right?
Oh, I think they're out of business, actually. Now you brought it up. I think they're out of business because I don't think they exist anymore. Because like I was looking up, there's a place called Fur's Family. It's not Fur's Family Dining, it is called Fur's Family Dining, or was. Yeah, they went out of business just like Fur's Family Dining went out of business. I don't think they exist. Like I think COVID, if there were any left, I think they're all gone.
As somebody coming from a country like over here where we've shrunk the size of every meal going, I was like quite young. I was like, oh, I'll just have some fried chicken. And I was looking and I said, and gravy. And I didn't think, I mean, I'm from the north in England. We have brown gravy on everything, right? So I just said, with gravy. Didn't think, and it came and it was full of this white sauce. And I was like, oh no, what is this all over it? This isn't gravy. Best thing I've ever tasted. And it wasn't just that, it cost me like $8, and it was like a plate of chicken that, I mean, in my mind was a mountain covered in this gravy. It was like, oh. The only danger of me moving over there would be I would look like the sofa survivalist picture.
And you would probably need a life jacket because you were drowning in gravy.
Definitely. I mean, yeah. I think what it would be like when I first moved there, it'd be a 3-month binge where I get to the size of I'd look like the guy from I Want to Live, Jerry, when he cut him out of his trailer, the guy from Jerry Springer. I'd look like him, and then I'd get on the fitness wagon again and try and get back right.
When you were having did you have biscuits and gravy with sausage on the side when you were ever over here?
I had biscuits and gravy.
With sausage on the side?
I don't know if it was specifically that, but it was part of the hotel breakfast. So there was sausage, there was crispy bacon, there was biscuits, there was gravy.
Yeah. Because that's, you want to take the sausage and biscuits to the next level. You cut the biscuits in half, you put one of the sausage patties in there, and then put the gravy over the top of it. That takes it to the next level.
Listen, when I get there, you can send me all of these. I'll put them to the list of things to do and try and avoid a coronation.
Oh, he's in the chat. He's in the chat.
Who?
The sofa survivalist.
The sofa. Hey, sofa, welcome in. I got a nuke for you.
I thought that was only for raccoons.
I am going to airstrike that fucking raccoon one of these days. Yeah, I tell you what, no offense, Mike, but I've been to England several times. I've been around. And I think our sofa survivalist, he's a chef. He is a chef. I would not recommend him to go to England for looking for any really delicious food.
No. Now, I won't have this. If you're willing to spend the price of a small house, you can get some really nice food. We've got Gordon Ramsay over here and stuff. But
but oh boy, yeah. Well,
but
your pub food is like carrots, potatoes.
Listen,
there you
Sunday,
go.
I won't have this. I won't diss a Sunday roast. I mean, the different.
Yeah.
Sunday roast is good. It's like Thanksgiving without the sugar. That's how I explain it to my American friends. It's Thanksgiving without the sugar. So no candied yams, no sugary syrup on your carrots. Just everything without the sugar.
All right. Someone asked the question. So Shadow, here is the answer to it. To be sharing it there. This is biscuits and gravy. Different ways of serving it up, but basically, you got
All right. So
nice...
anyone in the UK, it's a scone. All right. It's pretty much a savoury scone.
Yeah, and they sometimes they serve the biscuit. I mean, the gravy inside the biscuit. They sometimes serve it with a sausage patty or links on it next to it. So yeah, there's a lot of different ways of serving it. But
search English scone, SCONE, Gil, and you'll see exactly what you think biscuits are, but we'll put cream and jam on it.
Yeah, this gravy here is a sausage gravy. It's got bits of sausage in it. So scone, SCONE.
Yeah, scones. Yeah, yeah.
There you go. So pretty much same texture, same sort of thing, slightly less dense, but it is a sweet over here. Rather, it's almost like a savoury bun that you fill with sweet stuff.
Yeah,
but they do make it with sugar as well.
Right. Like raspberry jam inside of it or strawberry jam.
Yeah.
I will say this, Mike, is it one of the two of the most delicious things I've had in England. One is an English breakfast. That's killer. Man, it is beautiful breakfast.
Done right,
Best
yes.
breakfast I've ever had. And two is tea and cakes. Oh man.
High tea. Yeah, like high.
Yep.
Yeah, gravy. There are two types of gravy over here. I mean, some responses thing. There are two types. There's a brown gravy, and that's generally served over like we take a pot roast away. You make the slices of the beef and stuff, or you're making a roast beef sandwich. You'll put the brown gravy on it. The white gravy is more of a southern gravy.
Yeah. It's corn flour, right?
No, it's regular flour. All right, to make the white gravy, you start off, you take like a quarter cup of butter. You melt it down. You add your flour to it and slowly stir it as it browns up and stuff, or just do it quickly when it's still white. And then
you pour milk over it.
No, then you start adding like beef broth to it or other broth to it, and it thickens up. And you just keep slowly doing it. You don't want to get lumpy. You want to keep it creamy. Once you have your nice base of gravy, you can add like the ground up pork sausage to it, or you can add ground up chicken chunks to it for a chicken gravy. You can season it with different seasonings, mainly salt and pepper.
Right.
Black pepper is good.
Stop. Unless you're going to sponsor my green card, stop talking because it's not fair.
Hey, Mike.
My wife makes a good one.
What's I've heard the terminology tea and crumpets. What is a crumpet?
A crumpet. Oh, it's hard to. It's a sponge. So it's like bread, but it's a spongy springed material, and then you put butter on and it melts inside it. I don't know what to best describe it as similar. It
almost sounds like a sponge cake.
Here it is.
You can't show a picture of the texture. It's weird because that looks crispy, but if you break that apart, it's almost like literally like a dish soap sponge, like bouncy, like springy.
Trying to find they the ones here that they show cut. They're showing the backside, not the inside. But I think the crumpet, the American version of the crumpet, has been butcherized, and it's called an English muffin.
So an English muffin is a thing. No, an English muffin is a thing, so that's different.
Okay.
That's more like, that's what McDonald's serve their breakfast on over here.
Yeah, that's what they do here too.
Yeah.
They
so
make muffins
that's different. The crumpet's a completely different texture.
Okay.
I'm trying to think if there's
Holy crap, it's really snowing out there. Sorry.
Yeah, it started snowing here too.
Oh, nice.
No, it's coming down pretty hard over here. It's like snow is a rarity down here. I'm not saying you don't see snow. It's just you'd be lucky. You go an entire winter and you'd be lucky to see one or two snowfalls.
Let's see if any of our English friends in the comments have described it better than me. Lewis Harris.
Yeah,
said
you're
it's made with pancake mix, but spongier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike,
I will give you
if
an
you
example.
become an American, you're going to miss your eating spotted dick, aren't you?
Never had it in my life. It's horrible.
Really?
or my stepdad used to love bread and butter pudding. And that was another one. And there's all sorts of dishes. Like I don't like a lot of the. I mean, I am literally. We have Richard Hammond over here, who is on Top Gear, who they take the mick because he's always got a cowboy hat and drives a pickup truck. That is me, but I can't afford the pickup truck. I am literally the American.
You can afford the cowboy hat.
I'll give you an example.
I got Stetson. I've got boots. I've got everything.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you an example of English hospitality. Is that we left Spain and then we went to our relative's house. My wife's sister is married to an Englishman, and right next door to him is a bed and breakfast. His wife is Filipino, and he's English. And I went over there to meet them, and he's former RAF, and I'm former U.S. Air Force. We hit it off very well. Mm-hmm. For the next 3 days, I was just sitting there in Gary's house, and I'd get a knock at the door. There's his Filipino wife. For 3 days in a row, she'd be there with a huge plate with an English breakfast made just for me, because we're both airmen. And he does the cooking. It was like 3 days in a row, an English breakfast just for Bob. I was like, man, I could get used to this.
Honestly, that should be my plan. I should move over there and open like a place that does English breakfasts over there.
You should. Oh, hell yeah.
I used to go on to a regular trip with a workplace I had. There was 28 of us, and we'd go to like mountains, stay in hostels, and do weekends, right? I used to do the breakfast for everyone, 28 people. And you learn so many little tricks. I tell you one, do you know a grill tray that goes in your oven where it's got the grill, but it's got like a metal dish underneath it?
Yeah.
So I half the tomatoes, I lay them in the dish, put the grill over the top, and then run the bacon on the grill. As the bacon cooks, the bacon juices drop into the tomatoes and cook in with them.
All right. Yep. Self-survival is going to work for you, Mike. He's volunteered to work for you.
That's fine. You've just got to provide the green card, the land, the premises, the ovens.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I think that ends up me working for you, but never mind.
Probably, yeah.
I don't know, Shadow. I don't know about you Swedes. You guys eat that fermented fish stuff. I don't know. I don't know if we're going to adopt you as part of the U.S. or not. I don't know.
That fish could be a chemical, biological weapon right there. As soon as you open it up.
I think ice should use that in a water cannon.
Oh, Lord.
Oh.
Well, you'd be easy to track them down by the smell.
Fish candle.
Yeah, you track them down by the smell.
Bob, you can use that on your bad neighbor.
That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about having
what the hell is
some of that as a backup. As a backup plan, you know, rather than just pepper spray, use some of that stuff.
Yeah, put some of that in a squirt bottle.
One of the old-fashioned water fire extinguishers. Blend it all up, put it in that there, and charge it up with water. You can sure 30 feet.
Oh, God.
No, I think that's what they used on Maduro's security team. It wasn't sound blasted. They used some of that fermented fish on his security team. Wiped them out.
just
well, if they get this on your clothes, that will stick for weeks.
Throw them away, man. You'd have to take it.
Is it Sweden that does the eggs as well? Have you seen the fermented duck eggs? The 100-year-old.
No, that's it's it's Philippine, and it's also I think it's a South American and Central American thing too as well.
That looks horrendous.
The balut. You're talking about balut.
I would rather eat a can of the fish than one of them.
Oh man. The balut doesn't smell. It doesn't smell. It smells like chicken soup. You know.
But it looks. Ugh.
Yeah, it. My understanding is it tastes a lot better than it looks.
It does. I've had it multiple times. Yeah. Yeah, it looks horrible, but it's actually pretty good. You know.
Yeah, I think I get. Like I said, I think I can get behind eating balut.
I could.
I just don't understand how these things come about. Who initially found that and thought this is a good idea? I'm going to market it.
I don't know.
Someone who was starving.
Yeah.
And found a buried egg or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, at that point, the dirt would look more appealing than the egg.
I'm looking at an app that Virginia Roots shared with me. It's a weather app because her significant other is a fisherman, and looks like you guys down there. Oh boy, you guys are in for a hell of a ride because you got a real wide band of snow clouds coming all the way across the country. It just misses us and Oregon and California, and the rest of the country is getting a big band of really raunchy weather coming out of Alaska and Canada. You know.
Yeah. That the Arctic blast is what's coming out of Alaska and Canada.
Yep.
Texas is getting hit with the moisture that's coming out of the Pacific, which is colliding with that Arctic blast and it's creating all the snow and ice.
Yep.
Like, I'm not worried again, like I said, I have to reiterate, I'm not worried about the snow. The snow does not concern me. What concerns me is the ice. I'm worried about the ice load building up on the utility lines, the utility poles, and building up on the trees. Because some areas, they don't trim their trees back away from the distribution lines like they're supposed to. And tree branches take out utility lines.
Yep.
You can all read that comment. I'm not reading it out loud. This is Brian's justification of where the fermented fish came from.
Oh, God.
He took it off the screen.
Actually, the fermented fish we have here, that was created by accident, actually.
I'm not surprised. A nuclear accident?
No, actually, those who long time ago they tried to store the fish. They used a lot of salt, but the problem was at a specific time they didn't have enough salt, so they used the salt and that's why, and the fish begin to ferment it. So when they open it, it smelled, and they had to test if it was good to eat. So they,
I think the smell would have told me no. Can you imagine that guy? That was someone's apprentice in the fish shop. You need to taste that. What?
Let's see what happens. Bring the new guy in here. Taste this. You know.
Yeah.
All right, there's the big storm rolling down through Texas and on towards Florida.
Yep.
And they're getting some conflict right down in this area here of stuff going on. Looks
Mississippi.
Like some lightning strikes there, some lightning strikes here, and
yeah, they were talking about there's a channel, there's a YouTube channel, weather YouTube channel. I literally just subscribed to him like 2 days ago. It's called Max Velocity. He's been talking about this storm. He says down there in like Mississippi and all that, and I think even parts of Tennessee, you're going to be experiencing what's called thunder snow.
Yeah, that's up there.
What? Thunder snow?
Oh, yeah, like a thunderstorm or a snowstorm.
That sounds like AC/DC released a Christmas album.
Well, guys, I'm going to go throw out all this shredded cardboard I just chopped up while I'm sitting here chit-chatting with you guys, making some soil. So,
I might go outside and take you guys with, and I'm just going to walk in this winter wasteland out here in Texas.
Oh boy.
Bob,
Yeah.
you've got a full breakfast anytime you come here.
Right on. Thanks, Mike. I will take it. English breakfast is the bomb, dude. It is the bomb. Yep.
There's always one here
And
for
so
you.
is save some tea and cakes for me too, please. All right. Peace
Deal.
out, guys. Later.
Later, Bob. Yeah. And just reminding everybody, I in 2 hours, actually less than 2 hours now, I'll be doing my live stream for Survival Saturday, and for those, I don't think anybody on Mike's side can see it. But I dropped the link in there for Gray Man Prepping. Let me drop it here in the private chat. You just copy it over there, Mike. There you go.
Yeah.
And yeah, so tonight's topic is after a year and a half winter, what are your plans? So basically, like a winter without summer, like happened back in after Tambora blew its spout and the whole everywhere had a year without a summer. So we're going to talk.
You talking about Mount Krakatoa?
Krakatoa is before it. Tambora was even bigger than Krakatoa.
Oh, really? I was not aware of that.
Yeah, I was looking it up yesterday. I go, well, wait a minute. I didn't realize Tambora was bigger. Yeah, Tambora was the one that triggered the. Oh shoot!
The year without summer.
Yeah. Well, there were several years without summer, but the Tambora one was a bad one.
Yeah, I think Mount Krakatoa that erupted in 1883, right?
Something like that. Hang on here. Give me a second.
Like I know there was so much ash blown into the Earth's atmosphere that it actually literally changed the color of the sunsets and sunrises.
Yeah.
And in fact, there's a famous painter. His last name is Monet. I forget his first name, but it was actually portrayed in some of his paintings by accident because there's like a series of paintings he's famous for. It's called pond water lilies or something like that.
Yeah, water lilies.
Yeah. All right. So 1815 was the eruption of Mount Tambora. The summer of 1816, there was no summer. So
wow.
Tambora was 1815, and so it went 1815 winter, 1816 summer, winter, 18 winter. Yeah, it was bad. But yeah, I know that Krakatoa was heard around the world.
That's just like Scotland, though. They have winter 12 months of the year.
Yeah.
Well, I guess the same. We could us Americans would be making those kinds of jokes about Alaska and Canada. Winter 12 months a year.
But yeah, so that's what the topic's going to be. We're going to talk about going to work in the winter without a summer, gardening, we're going to cover a big long spectrum of that tonight.
Man,
an hour and 45 minutes.
All right, I don't want to be talking about it right now because I'll take away your topic.
Yeah.
It's 13 months we have winter.
It's just interesting to think about the logistical nightmare that would wage against everything.
Oh yeah, it'd be insane.
Agriculture for one.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about is agriculture. I'm not talking about transportation. We can adapt to transportation, but that's the thing that would keep me awake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's time for wrapping things up now. So
Thought
thanks,
Geoff
guys,
was going to
for
show us
stopping
the
by.
Geoff was going to show us the snow before we go.
Yeah, I'm going to go on outside.
Yeah.
I'm just getting suited up. Trying to get. Yeah, you don't. This is like I said. It's unusual. Like I said, it's not unheard of, but it's unusual.
Yeah.
Hang on. Let me see. Can I change this camera? There we go. Facing front. Maybe. No.
So yeah, it doesn't. They don't like to do it when you're streaming. You just got to turn the camera around.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah. Oh, that's Texas.
Yeah, this is Texas. I park my truck out in the street. Normally have it in my driveway because I'm worried about this tree right here. This is actually on my neighbor's yard. I'm worried about those tree branches because like we get ice in between the snowfalls, and I'm worried about that
Yeah.
tree getting enough ice buildup that it might smash my truck up. So I parked it out here.
What about that tree across the street?
That looks slightly different for the when I went to Texas in August.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's amazing when you see all the snow. It's amazing to think, yeah, it actually gets to be about like 110, 117 degrees Fahrenheit out here during the summer. But then the snow comes in. It's right now. It's like somewhere between 8 and 11 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm not sure what that would be in Celsius, but I know 32 degrees is 0 in Celsius. Yeah, that's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah.
Nice. That's cool. Thank you for sharing that.
Yep.
So we wrap things up now, guys.
All right.
Thank
Oh,
you guys
okay.
for stopping by. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks for having us on.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and dip out too. So see you guys. See those that are coming over. I'll see you in about an hour and 45.
All right, see you, Gil.
It's always a pleasure to have you guys on, as usual. Any last words, Mike?
I lost you guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess, Mike, you taking off?
You're very welcome, Fire Horse. No problem. And remember, guys, be part of the solution, not the problem. Thank you, Diors, for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Thanks for inviting me.
You're always welcome, my friend. So, take care, stay safe, God bless, and I'll see you next week. Same time, same channel.
All right, goodbye, everyone. Later, Shadow.
Later.